PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livik, and Sanhok. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the
have to move quite a lot. They won't need to move out of their comfort spot unless...
Get ready, South Asia.
Hello and welcome everyone to PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2023. I'm your host Anna, and with me on desk we have once again Fritz. Fritz, it has been a long run, and today finally is the day we get to see the bonus match as well. Now that wasn't a surprise, so I just spelled it out already. But how excited are you about it?
I'm super excited. We'll have a look. We'll also tell you the map that this bonus map is going to be played, and trust me, you'll be surprised. You'll be completely surprised when you see the map that this final game will be played upon. But yes, now the journey of 4 days has been amazing, has been awesome. All these teams have been playing their hearts out. We sort of have some comeback stories as well. Stalwart Esports making a comeback, King of Spades making a comeback. I'm all up for it. I mean, as for me, still they somewhere or the other are able to get those little points and still are on the top of the leaderboard. I'd say an untouchable lead for now. One game is where they need to be eliminated on 0 points, and then their opponents also need to play very well. And now it would be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Earlier I think it was NBeSports, but now it's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also is in the contention. So all these things have to be considered today. Super excited to see what this day brings, and this is the final day of the weekend. So even after this, we will have a complete reset for week number 2. So all these things will definitely be taken into consideration by these teams. 4MV, they would love to, just finish on with the final first top position. And let's see if they're able to achieve it or not.
Absolutely. But let's take a look at how the bonus points are going to be structured now that we've already told about the bonus match that's going to happen today. So this is what the rank positions are going to look like in the bonus of weekly standings for every single team, and then there are going to be bonus points for the bonus match as well, which only the top 12 teams are going to be qualifying for. And combining both of these points, there will be initial points set up for the finals, for the grand finals. So that's a huge risk that you're taking if you're still like fluttering around in the bottom squares of it, because even if you don't make it into the bonus match, you still do get points for staying on like 16th, 15th positions, like all of those. So you got to make sure you can squeeze in as many points as possible.
Yeah, that's true. And let's have a look for now. If this was the moment that we might have had to decide who's the one getting 20 points, so it would be 4MB. And as I said, the next competition in line is SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Hey, the difference is huge, 31 points. Nothing to be, very worryful about, because 4MB one bad game. 31 points, you'll be needing 21 frags. SKYLIGHTZ, this is a very good team, but not that frag oriented, right? So they won't be able to get that big of a chicken, so it'll take essentially 2 games for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, whereas 4MV have to be eliminated very early on in those two games. So the possibility of that is very less. King of Spades, Mabetex, DEADEYES, guys, these are the 3 teams that I talked about in terms of getting that comeback. One of these days I saw Mabetex on 15th or 16th. One of these days I saw DEADEYES guys over here. But now, after the entire days go on, after the entire week is almost ended, we see them on the first charts where I think they belong.
That is true. We had a hard time believing how much of a downfall Mabetex Esports was getting here. That is, guys were getting here, but they were able to climb back onto the first page. However, I'm still trying to look for when Raw Esports will be changing things around, because they've been on the 11th position consistently for a really long time. They've been trying to outperform teams, but at the same time, their competitors have been able to perform just a little bit better and get themselves up there without making Raw Esports move at all from their own position. DRS Gaming still has quite a lot of run to actually go forward with. However, the one crucial thing here, Fritz, is going to be the fact that the difference between NBeSports and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is literally just 4 points. That's not a very huge difference. It can actually be covered up for, because again, when we talk about consistency, SKYLIGHTZ hasn't been as good at being consistent. They had a couple of great games, but then the rest of them haven't been even close to average. So I definitely worry if SKYLIGHTZ is going to be able to maintain that second spot by the end of today, or if NBeSports is going to be able to topple them again. Because for NB, I do realize that yesterday wasn't the best day, but other than that, 3 days they have been consistently performing really amazing, and today could be another good day for them. So I'm not completely bought on who's really going to be holding the second position, and also even Mabetex, DEADEYES guys, all of these teams that were all the way down on the second page, making their way back into the top five, even King of Spades. These teams definitely show promise of actually toppling a couple of teams down, and I think they might be able to make a lot of switcheroos in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, well, that's correct. I mean, for them to perform is going to be a very important thing. But for now, what at least I'm concerned about are the top
Yeah,
12. And for
true.
you to be there, for now, all these teams have a chance. Even the team on the bottom of the chart has a chance over here. 4 games, let's say on an average, you're able to get what, 40 points overall. You should be easily able to get in that top 12 spot. But getting those 40 points has not been easy for you till now. I mean, 3 days and you're able to get what, 60 points, somewhere around that. So getting those 40 points is not going to be easy at all for either of these teams. And yeah, well, let's see if any of these teams is able to put a comeback. ISC, one of those teams which are still on the bottom table. Raw Esports and T2K, we do have a head-to-head between these two teams. And if you look at the stats, are really similar except for when we come to eliminations.
Exactly. Roy Sports has definitely toppled T2K quite a bit, and overall T2K, even after having one game where they literally got the chicken for themselves, haven't been able to maintain their consistency overall, and it has put Roy Esports in a much better position. But I do hope T2K to actually go ahead and pick their pieces back up, because we need more representation from other regions as well. We are seeing way too much from the side of Mongolia, but there isn't much coming in from the side of Nepal and Bangladesh, as we keep reminding the teams every single time. That's something we're keeping our eyes out for and really hoping to see more of, because it's fine when teams are competing against each other, but when regions starts clashing, that's when things start getting more and more interesting, because they are completely different playstyle teams that come together and become like competitive towards each other.
Now, if you talk about this team, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, for now they're sitting on the second spot, and the majority of the heavy lifting, if you say, it's done by No Fear. Even yesterday, when we saw the top fraggers chart, this guy was there among the players of Team 4MB. 30 frags for his team. I mean, yes, Mafia Ninja, Nima, and Boro, they support him a little bit, but then they're very far away. So it seems like No Fear is doing the majority of the job for his team. And yeah, SKYLIGHTZ, that is one of the reasons that No Fear is in their team, because of which they are on such a good position. They're on the second position overall. So that has definitely been the case. I think King of Spades is a team from Bangladesh. I do not exactly know, so please don't quote me on that. But they've also shown good strength, good game,
True that.
overall good gameplay, especially on that map of Miramar is where I'm impressed the most. So would love to see how do they perform today. The remaining teams, especially we have, I mean, audience has high hopes from DRS. I personally, before the tournament started, saw DRS as a team which has a lot of fans and need to perform, but the level of game that they've played has been very subpar. I see no strats while getting into the game. I see no intent of winning that particular game for their favor, which hurts me the most. So yeah, I mean, DRS, they really need to just get back up, get back running. And this is again one of those days where we will have that sixth map, and guess what? It's the map of Livik. Now I thought it might be Vikendi, but as soon as I came in for the dry run, I knew it was Livik. I was like, bro, I never played this map. Why is it here? But the teams have to be prepared for it now.
Absolutely, I do often see Livik being the bonus match map for most of these tournaments. But well, Livik is going to be one fun ride. Let's see how teams will be able to perform there, because
Uh-huh.
again, it has been a consistent grind over Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. Even if you are considering going into the bonus match, I don't think any team has dedicated specific time to go ahead and practice on Livik the way they are already
Mhm.
doing on the rest of the three maps, and that's going to be one big chunk of heavy lifting that they will have to do on Livik, considering it will have to be a lot on the fly, because one, for today at least, nobody has seen each other on the map just yet around the same exact composition of teams, and that
Yes.
puts little pressure on you to literally decide on the fly when and where to drop, what to
Uh-huh.
load, who to go ahead and take the fight with first, and that's just going to be a lot of surprises that the players are going to be introduced with. However, going forward, I feel like in the second week things might become a little more eased into for the teams that are going to be playing it again. But then any new team that gets added for the bonus match is going to be a surprise factor.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, any team added will be a surprise factor. Plus, this is the final day. After this, we
Yep.
will have Monday. That will be an off day for all of these teams to prepare for the next coming week, and the points will be reset for the bonus game. So
Yes.
that's something that these teams can utilize in their favor to maybe get out with some new strat. Maybe if you say 4MV is too strong, they play Erangel. Let's just jump into military base, fight them off right on the bat of it, because we know that we are facing early confidence issues where if we do not get that early fight, we're not able to play the whole game properly, or maybe we're not getting enough loot on the map of Erangel on a usual drop spot, because of which we need a new place. Let's just jump on to 4MV. Now, wild stats like that is what I'd want to see in week number 2. But for now, this final day, 4 more regular games before then we see the final game of Livik being played. Now, all these games for these teams are going to be very interesting. 5 for us, 5 games overall for us, 4 for these teams, because every other game, one particular group will sit out. It usually has been from A to E. So yeah, let's see this first map of Miramar. If I remember correctly, I have a short-term memory loss problem, but I think it's Miramar that is going to be the first map for today. And yeah, I'm excited. Let's see how does that particular map go. King of Spades probably will be playing this one out, so my eyes will be on that particular team.
Let's find out how it turns out for them, because to be very honest, I'm with you on this one, Fritz. I was so focused on Livik, I forgot to
Yes,
realize
yes,
which maps are
exactly.
positioned exactly where. Like, okay,
I know.
it's not my fault. The graphic for Livik was so pretty. It was like
Yeah, that's
tiny
also
little
true.
light. It's pretty. I
Uh-huh.
can't help it. And I have a eye for pretty things. I just stick to pretty things. That's why even when we are on desk, I look only at myself and not at you at all.
Okay, no problem. I really do not care. But yeah, what I care about is this particular map. So I've already got a different feed, a map feed that we usually get, and I know it's map of Miramar. So I've got that confirmation.
Alrighty, cool.
It is the map of Miramar. Yeah, a big map, 11 by 11 if I remember it correctly, and map of DMRs and snipers. Not so much now, but I still have to say, so I'll still say. But yeah, been seeing some DMR action. I did see a few mini 14 tap shots being thrown in yesterday. Even some Khan 98 shots day before that. Yeah, the
Yes.
number is limited. Usually now the players just prefer one M4, one SMG, or for most of the parts shotguns.
Oh
Never thought
yes.
I'll see
DBS
shotguns
has
in this meta, but here it is. Not just the
exactly.
DBS, and the S12K too. I don't know why,
Yep.
but players, if they don't find DBS, they just go for the auto shotgun. I cannot comprehend the reason for it, but yeah, I think if it works for the team, who are we to say anything about it? But here we go, guys. Game number 1. Let's jump right into action.
Well, there we go. All the way from under Torremuda, we will be seeing this plane path going from northern region from across water treatment, if I'm reading this right. And yeah, this is gonna be pretty centralized for calling it a Miramar plane path, because Miramar plane paths are generally not at all players, but today it seems like it's gonna be quite a lot of areas that are covered. Like if you want to go all the way down into Puerto Parisio or into Impala, that's gonna be slightly difficult. But everything else, I guess, can be glided to, and that's good enough. Like this is almost the best you can expect on a map of Miramar.
Hmm. Now let's see. The, for now, though, yeah, as you said, Impala, Puerto Pariso, these spots won't be able to be dropped upon. But hey, Valdemar is open. Chumasera's there. Do we see 4MB in the very first game? Yeah, we do see them. So they will be dropping into Chumasera where they usually do. Stalwart Esports somewhere around Hacienda del Petron is where I see them for now. They might pivot uh, around that particular area here and there. So do not exactly know where they go. Yeah, but all these teams slowly are steadily dropping in. DRS CMF, a new team that is taking that city of Cruisedale Val, I'd say. I still remember one of these days where was it IHC who were looting 4 different areas. One player in Torre Hamuda, one player in Tierra Bronca, one player in Campo Militar, and one in Cruz del Val. It was a weird game, but all those 4 players did get good loot for themselves, because these 4 cities are very rich in terms of loot, specifically if you only set one single player there. Now, King of Spades also hoping to just glide towards ruins, although the plane path is not with them this time around, so they'll be probably taking vehicles south of El Pozo.
Let's see how it goes. The circle this time is gonna stay northern, not like extreme north. It is like it's still reachable for most of the teams. It's gonna be slightly difficult for the side of DE Venom, but everyone else is still gonna have their way into the circle pretty easily. And I feel like some teams literally decided to rotate about already. I can see ASL trying to make their way back in, and a couple of players still trying to find out whatever they can on their pathways. Stronger fake love still on their parachutes. I think that's slightly late to drop. Most of the teams already have, and same can be said for King of Spades. But I feel scared for King of Spades more so because Leo, IHC, NBeSports, everyone is surrounding them, and they're not in a very optimal situation.
Yeah, well, Leo and NBeSports, they have been fighting throughout the first 4 days too. And if these two teams play this particular game, the playing path favors them. I usually see them in El Pozo. So that's something that they'll have to deal with. And NBeSports, they did have first, I'd say 2 days were great for them, but after that it felt like NBeSports sort of lost their touch on day number 3 and 4. Let's see if day number 5 is any better for them. Sekujen for now just looting for himself as well. Also has some decent loot. Still looking for a helmet though. As soon as he finds it, he'll be ready for that very first battle. But the first battle might just come over here against the player of team JMEX. Action is very aware that Frag is available in this position. He is just sneaking around for now and would love to surprise Frag if he overcommits even by a little.
Well, let's see. There it is.
Oh, he
You can
missed it.
already see JMEX players getting picked off, and Frag might not have as much luck. He has hidden away for right now, but is he going to be able to conceal himself for long is going to be one big question. He does not have any healings to get back into a good HP state. He does have some meds and some energy drinks that can help him a little, but he does not have any band-aids or anything that can support him. Stalwart Esports, in the meanwhile, does want to keep their sights set and wants to make sure that JMEX does not have a good run going forward. And I guess Stalwart Esports has adapted this, whole situation of trying to be a spoil sports for any team they find in the beginning, isn't it?
That's correct. I mean, these early battle is something that JMEX would not like to have though. And the only
Absolutely.
thing that Frag has are the boosters. So getting back to the HP that he wants to, or I'd say that he needs to before taking a fight, is very high. JMEX is coming in with the backup. I do see Snipe hovering around Frag, even Orange with the Mini 14 that he has. But the problem is Stalwart Esports, they have vehicles. So they can go in for a quick execute onto this particular player if they have some information about him. And then suddenly just disappear away too at the same time. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. Already Snipe throwing in some shots, giving away his location. But this really might help Frag over here. Because Stalwart, they do not know that it is an entire team of JMEX who have arrived to the scene and are now trying to help Frag out.
Well, let's find out if Frag will actually be in a rescuable position as of now. Because looking at the weapons, it seems like JMEX might be able to take the fight, but then the numbers do not support them at all. However, I can count one player out from the side of Stalwart as well because I see he's running on a UMP, and UMP is not going to be as easy. But the help of utilities can definitely support him quite a bit going forward. JMEX still looks like it's just gonna be a three-player party that can actually provide the right amount of ability to take part into this fight, and that's not the very optimal situation considering one of your players really has a struggling point already arriving onto his head. This has to be hard.
Hmm, that's true. Although JMEX, they are able to get Frag away out of that position, so they will also just fall back. Not interested in taking in just participating in any sort of the early battle. NB Sports as well showed some interest over here. All right, so I think JMEX has that fair idea about another team being in that particular compound now. Some shots also being thrown in, so they will know that they have to just make sure that they just run away from this position. Maybe go somewhere else, rotate somewhere else to find some good loot. Because I don't think so. JMEX that early on would have any sort of decent loot available to their name, considering they came in very early to help their teammate escape that situation. So loot is something that probably they'll be struggling with. I do see a lot of teams, just trying to take the center of the very first zone. NB Sports as well. They looted early on towards one of these cities and now are here around JMEX who were near the center of the zone. So all these cities, I think they looted El Pozo and after that they're over here. So it's a very quick rotation. No early fight against the players of Team Leo that early on. King of Space still went to their usual drop, Ruins and the split that has been taken by the remaining two players, Deathstorm and Faisal. They will also be slowly and steadily coming inside the circle. So all these teams, let's see how do they continue, right? That's the biggest question that I have for now because most of the extremities of the circle are empty. Any of these teams can just move in. Stage 2, stage 3, I'd say even, is really where the fight for real estate begins. The fight for the center of the zone begins, and we see a few teams, fighting it out, getting those frags for themselves.
Well, the frag numbers are definitely going to be essential considering that right now nobody has been able to open up their accounts just yet with numbers of eliminations getting added to their point table. But so far, it just seems like HP has been derived, but there hasn't been any connection that actually converts it into a elimination point for any team just yet. So currently, it seems like NBeSports does have to make sure that they do survive quite a little longer because giving up that second position all on the basis of 4 little points is going to be something that will hurt them a lot. Considering every single position has a point boost, which can actually result into an added bonus for an initial walking into the grand finals. And the way this team has been performing, I can assure you that they are going to be in the grand finals. They cannot be taken away from that. But well, so far they do not have any advantages walking into this specific fight with JMEX, so just holding back is going to be a good enough idea. Talking about the teams that are literally outside the circle, it's going to be slightly hard for the players that are still struggling the blues. I am still surprised how easily the Venom has been able to make their way back in, but IHC is going to be one big thorn in the way, and they have already proved that. First track coming in for the side of IHC, and the Venom still fighting the blue alongside fighting IHC.
IHC, I mean, 1700 meters. Now that's a big distance to cover. Even with vehicles, I'd say. Even with vehicles, it's very difficult to just run on the terrain that Miramar has to offer. Plus, if you're in a pickup truck, may the force be with you, is what I can say right now. Because that vehicle is even harder to maneuver around this particular map. Buggies are the best possible thing, I'd say. Yeah, they might skid, they might rotate, but if you know how to control them properly, you should easily be able to reach your destination without any trouble. Plus, hitting the player in buggy is super hard when you compare it against a pickup truck. And exactly, we already saw an example. Nima could have gotten 2 if that was a pickup truck, but none of the players of JMEX fall for now. Only if No Fear can land a few hits. No, he does not. So JMEX will escape, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, even though they give away their location, I think because they're already inside the zone, it does not matter a lot for them.
Well, we'll definitely figure out what exactly turns out to be the situation for these particular teams. But as of now, if you take a look at the circle, Fritz, it seems like the northeastern region is completely empty, and any team that acquires that region is going to be finding themselves in a very optimal situation. And I feel like currently King of Spades is going to be in a very good position to actually go ahead and make that acquisition possible. In the meanwhile, Venom still struggling, IHC still struggling. Both these teams have decided to, revert back from their own fights and walk back into the circle and prioritize that factor for now. But as the predictions go, Fritz, it's about time, and I guess I'm gonna stick with 4MB for now, even though
Oh,
they don't
okay.
look like they're in the best position.
You say 4MV, I say HVDC.
Okay.
Because I think near the center of the zone, yeah, well, they will have to fight it out a lot. But I'd still say HVDC because they did show one good game for the player for themselves after what I think day number 2. On day number 3, they were able to get one good game on the map of Miramar, which I hope that they will be able to do it again. But this time around, 4MB on the other hand, they've already lost Baron, but now are in a fight with the players of Stalwart Esports. Apex, a very ambitious fight, but at least is able to win it out against Tops, and both the players fall. Is a little bit over ambitious, I'd say, in that particular area. Wanted to push in, has been caught off guard. And even though Stalwart have only one player standing, I mean, Action in a 1v2, if you give this guy these battles, that time you'll be in a lot of trouble, and you do. Action gets another knock and now wants to just finish the frag before being eliminated, but at least Apex will make sure that does not happen. 4MB,
I
early loss for them, but still are able to get 3 frags to their name.
I swear I was about to switch to King of Spades and the fight just began, and I was like, now if I switch, you're gonna be on my back forever. So I just
I
did not
wouldn't have
say
let
a
you.
word. Yeah, I know you wouldn't have let me, but like, yeah, I was definitely thinking of King of Spades the moment I looked at the map again. But well, going back into the current situation, it seems like 4MB is going to be surviving with just 2 players. Let's see how these 2 players are able to pick themselves up, because as of now, healings are going to be in abundance. So definitely Doc will be able to recover. But can he actually participate in any further fights? I don't think so. And 4MV might not have as good a run as they generally do. That's just a slight dip, but if the dip continues, they will have a hard time. And it seems like Stalwart Esports has definitely decided to just make sure that 4MB does not get enough points so that they can have enough wiggle room to actually go ahead and reacquire their position.
Yeah. Now let's see, Doc. I mean, I'm sometimes surprised to see 4MB. They only have two players, but still are so confident that they still always want to poke in front. Look at this. Apex is all out in the open, going for some shots. Gets a little bit help from the other team around ASL, and ASL will be the ones getting those frags. Now, I think 4MB, they really read the kill feed, so they would love to push it onto this particular compound. And even I think Doc is also coming in to maybe help Apex out to move inside the zone. But yeah, 4MB, you cannot stop this team. I mean, even if they're standing on just two players, they will fight. The only way to shut them down is either to completely eliminate them or leave only one player. That's the only time when I've seen these teams, this particular team play a little bit passive. The only time, and it has happened, I think, only once. That only a single player survived yesterday on that map, in that map of Erangel. So other than that, these two players, just watch them get top 5 with 7-8 frags to their name. Just watch them. If they just don't indulge themselves into that early fight, they'll be able to easily get that particular scenario in their hands. Mm-hmm. Let's see though, 4MV right now. Apex still just wants to be around here. He is just hoping that someone peeks over here. Maybe if he's able to get that frag onto Bekujin. But for now, STFL are not peeking out, and Domo creates a different angle, and Apex will be punished for sticking a little bit too longer.
Well, this is definitely going to turn out to be one of those days where we do see 4MV finally turning into a passive team, because I don't think recovery is going to be very possible for the side of 4MV. Once the player is down, it's going to be one single player surviving. That's going to be Doc, and he might have to try and save his life to gain those position points. But look at him still trying to take the fight and getting eliminated on 16th position. Sorry, 15th. Okay, still same thing. No position points, just 3 frag points, and that's about it. Stalwart Esports 4MV both losing at very little numbers on their backpacks, making it very possible for NBeSports and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, alongside even IHC, to be very honest, to go ahead and make some standings for themselves, which can help them out. IHC has been struggling in the leaderboard, and this might be one opportunity which they can squeeze out pretty soon.
Yeah, ASL. Look at these players. They have 2 frags to their name. They are in this battle. I think against the players of Team Raw officials. Yes. Bekujin on the other hand from STFL is also fallen down because of the play zone. So not the best possible game for the players of STFL too. Now the problem I see for Raw officials right now, they all are constricted in just one small little compound. And that is so open that if any team just takes their northern side ridge and decides to toss some few nades, they literally will have a flurry of frags flowing their way. That's unless ASL decides to third party them. I think XMPL has already heard me and is going for the same play over here. Rig is also very interested in joining that particular... Okay, no, he's on the other side of the hill. I thought he was very close to the players of Raw official. But yeah, maybe if he gets called upon, Rig will join into the battle and try to take this fight over here. But for sure, XMPL wants to explore. He wants to see where this team is, maybe get a few frags, because they already have the zone, so they know that they would be better off gatekeeping their opponents from this particular angle rather than seeing any other position. But yeah, like I would love to see how do they for now just continue with the game. And Akazo on the other hand being sprayed down a little bit. Mondo was spotted down. Mondo spotted a player down, was able to take down one, but Leo comes in with a trade. The Mondo is down. Akaz has to throw some smokes maybe to get Mondo back up and running. Domain on the other hand gets a good knock on tonight. Fights are happening finally all over the map, and that's the third zone closing in. That's where we predicted these fights to happen. Fizboy also falls, but this is to a player of SKYLIGHTZ this time around. So this is not looking good at all for the players of Team NBeSports. Akaz getting third party too. It's better to leave Mondo out here completely in the open. Let him be eliminated, but you have to survive. That's the biggest
Yeah.
thing. IAWO, Woofes has been tagged up a little bit. But yeah, he will be able to reset back up and maybe take that fight, continue that fight against their opponents. Nima over here tosses a good nade and Venom also facing the elimination right now.
Exactly, and as of now, it seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is gonna be putting themselves in a much better position with 3 frags to their name. It seems like the defeat numbers is keeping on increasing for the team. However, I am slightly worried about what's gonna happen next because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming definitely does seem like they're gonna be closed in upon soon enough because there's quite a few teams that will be interested in the position that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has, considering that NBeSports does want to escape this wrathful closure coming onto them from the side of King of Spades and IHC and Leo, sorry, and Leo too might be wanting to close in a little because the circle is not in their favor anymore. Now, walking back into the circle is not going to be an easy situation for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but in the meanwhile, King of Spades definitely finding themselves the most optimal situations going forward. However, these may not turn out to be the best as there is another team waiting right inside.
Let's see, Yol. Wait a second, it's HVDC who get that knock. Although from a very far away range, so probably confirmation wouldn't be a thing that they'll be able to get. But yeah, just applying some extra pressure. Faisal gets a knock onto the player of NBeSports as well. So yeah, these fights are all happening because of these rotations that these teams have been forced to make. Now, Faisal is able to get that confirmation too. So once again, as I was saying, KS, they really have a good way to play this map of Miramar. Although a big wave from Frag, he should have been able to get that knock onto Viper. But JMEX's player seems to just not have a good day today. He just missed all of his shots and just got eliminated over there. Now JMEX have to play the remainder of the game with only 3 players surviving.
Well, let's find out if JMEX is going to have any opportunity to go ahead and capitalize with this tiny little number that they have. Because for JMEX, I think 3 is also slightly low, considering that they haven't been able to acquire even with 4 man on board. In the meanwhile, NBeSports, though, getting shot on by King of Spades, and King of Spades finding themselves in a very good position. Now I'm really sad about not having switched my prediction. However, currently it seems like the better position is going to be with T2K, considering that ASL is losing their lives to T2K one after the other constantly.
T2K though, look at this, 15 meters that they'll have to move, so that wouldn't be a problem. But they'll definitely create some problems for the players of Team ASL. Not players, I'd say only player because I just see Chari surviving. Uh, Raw for now are safe. But would you really call it safe? Because there is literally a ridge in front of you that you need to climb if you want to get inside the next zone. Probably the 6th zone won't be your friend this time around. And as soon as you try to just claw your way up, T2K is sitting right there with their weapons. So they'll be happy to take you down as soon as possible. Sky for now is just hoping to be outside the compound, throw some smoke, survive over there. So if maybe Turulav has a wide idea of tossing some nades, he just does not get taken down. But King of Spades on the other hand, they get that knock, and now suddenly instead of them, it is Leo Esports is Nova pushing in. He's all alone, but that is something that SKYLIGHTZ do not know, and because of it, they've lost a player over here.
Let's find out if that's going to be a situation that SKYLIGHTZ can recover from. No, they won't, because Leo Novax is going to be fighting it but still loses. Leo gets taken out completely, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is still going to be able to survive and walk forward with 3 players on board, going strong and long. In the meanwhile, Raw Esports still has all of them online and does have 2 frags to the name. So Raw Esports, King of Spades, looking good so far. But I'm really hoping for IHC or T2K to be the ones that acquire this victory because they really need it. They've been dropping down quite a bit.
Yeah, well, if you look at the zone this time around, it hasn't been very good for the teams out north. They'll have to rotate. Has gone just a little bit towards the center, so it's not completely a hard shift. But these teams will definitely face a little bit of a difficulty moving in. Now look at this, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are out of the zone. To get in, they will first of all have to fight against the players of Team KS. Then there'll be a third party from the players of Team JMEX2. T2K, that fight has already started, I think. STR, they wanted to go for a interesting move over there, but they just find T2K. They fight in their face. They're only able to get a nade knock, but that's about it. T2K will be able to reset. Although now, Raw official, they have that opportunity to sneak back in. And also the players of team HVDC seem to be very interested over here in this battle.
Well, we'll find out if HVDC will get any option to go ahead and third party this particular fight. But in the meanwhile, Raw officials already surmounting right on to T2K. King of Spades on the other side, though, definitely using the fruit that they've been served onto a shiny platter with that particular fight between SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and IHC, which they can third party on pretty well. Already got one knock for themselves, got to confirm it into a frag point. In the meanwhile, there's definitely players from the side of IHC as well losing their HP bar to XOXOX.
King of Spades, look at this. They are getting a few frags, but the problem is they're not inside the zone. Now, that is something that you need to address first. You need to get inside the zone as soon as possible so that you do not get taken down one by one. IHC, yeah, that's an unfortunate end for their run. Now, Death Storm over here, still surviving. Okay, no, it's IHC still have 2 players surviving over in this game. Now, Raw official, Jiggle, does he know? I don't think so, he knows. And that's an easy knock for Rogue. We will be able to get that confirmation too. Unless there are some nades coming in from the players of team Raw official. Where are the nades, guys? Smokes are being thrown in. Rogue will escape. Sky is cooking one out, but now he has been spotted down. The rotation will come in. He will be able to avoid that particular angle. Although no, okay, Rogue still falls. I thought he will be able to dodge that particular nade. Sky will be punctured, and Sanchir's nade will make sure he's not able to function even a little bit more. He also goes in for that battle against Praveen and wins it out. Now, yes, 2 of the players have fallen down, but Raw official, they have been eliminated, although they made space for the players of Team T2K. Rick wants to come in, wants to challenge, and then there's a third party too. Oh, no, it's not a third party, it's a different angle from XMPL, and Arrow also falls. A flurry of frags happen, but it is the team third party who wins it all out, and it's T2K.
Oh, there it is. T2K surmounting like anything right on top of the leaderboard as of now in this particular game, and also on top of the buildings. All the way from top of this particular roof, there's going to be quite a lot of angles that can be covered, and the amount of intel that T2K is going to be having is going to be pretty useful for them. In the meanwhile, King of Spades, though, still invested into taking IHC down, and with Godless being the last person surviving, it won't be a long fight for King of Spades. However, any third party shots are going to be something that they got to be very careful of. In the meanwhile, however, Bad Intentions gets taken down completely. It's 5 last teams breathing and surviving, out of which there is literally no chance for IHC to make it because they're already in the crosshairs and with one single player surviving. JMEX, even if they do make it, they have 0 frags to their name, so it's not going to be the very best choice. But yeah, it seems like King of Spades and T2K definitely look pretty close to each other in this situation. However, T2K does have the upper edge. In the meanwhile, I8 Woof is taking care of JMEX, and now it seems like with equalized numbers, it's going to be a good enough fight that I8 Woof is will be able to convert into own favor. With the Grenadier title coming onto him, he's looking good.
Oh, IHC though. That is a team that has been eliminated now. Down to the last 4 teams over here. Viper, he is tossing a molly, but that wouldn't connect onto Snipe. Now Galzin as well, in the close corner, just wants to survive over here. We not just get eliminated this early on. Viper though, a good nade could really take Galzin down. And that's a decent one, but wouldn't take all of his HP. Galzin, reposition, tries to get a different angle, tries to get a different player into the battle, but the jump spot will be good enough for Viper to get that knock. Now JMEX, for some reason, they did not go in for the crossfires, although it still seems to work, but not for long because Jane comes in with the third party and eliminates him down.
Oh, there we have it. The top 3 teams surviving and breathing right now on this battlefield. T2K with 11 frags and 3 players surviving. King of Spades with 7 frags and 3 players surviving. On the other hand, IW still on man count disadvantage. King of Spades trying to balance the numbers by picking players from the side of T2K. Will this be a fight that they can reward themselves from? Because Jane is already taking Faisal down, making it slightly difficult for King of Spades to come back into the fight. The vehicles are coming in with these wheels rolling all over. Will they be able to trample King of Spades down? That's going to be the question. T2K, the circle is pushing from one side. T2K is pushing from the other. King of Spades cannot hope to survive. And with that, it's going to be the top 2 teams surviving. T2K and I8WO.
Yeah, well, not for long because Wolfies is also very low on HP. The zone might just even take him down if it touches him. Now T2K exactly know where this guy is, and they've just got that knock on to Viper, so they will be just pushing in and will be getting that frag. We needed a Nepali team to step up. T2K it is, getting a good chicken dinner, and it's not one of those chicken where you just get 4 or 5 frags. It's a double digit, more than 10 frags, and that's good enough for a team like T2K. 16 frags overall, 26 points. What a game from them.
Make it clap.
Hello and welcome back everyone to PMPL SA 2023 Fall Season. I'm your host Hana, and with me on desk is Spades. Spades, this was something we were really waiting for. We wanted to see
Yes.
T2K take another one for themselves, put the Nepali teams up back into the competition, and they've been successfully able to do that with a huge number on their maps. But will that put it at enough position to bring them back up into the first page is the biggest question. Do you think it's true?
First page, we'll have to see. I don't even remember where T2K was today in the overall standing, so I'll have to go and check. But at 26 points, man, that's a good number. I mean, even
Yeah.
if they were somewhere around 13, 14, that definitely will put them on the first page, because the battle, I'd say, between 7th and 15th has a gap of, I think, maximum around 20 points. So getting 26 will definitely put you in top 8, top 9. So that's first page. So that wouldn't be a problem for T2K if they were there. If they were even below that, then we'll have to check. We'll have to see how many points do they need to get in the first page. But that was one brilliant performance. I love the way,
Yes.
especially, they decided to take those fights. So I've seen teams. See, I've seen different teams. I cannot recall the name yesterday on that map of Sanhok, the team that was able to win. I think it was SKYLIGHTZ Esports, who just got 4 frags to their name and were able to get the chicken, whereas they were having all 4 players surviving. That's a chicken I do not like. But this time around, T2K were like, yeah, we know that there's a team in front of us. We know that the chances of getting us third party are almost nil. Let's just focus on that fight. That's what they did. Now, HVDC was fighting raw official. As soon as they read the kill feed, they knew this fight is happening on the other side of the ridge. Third party chances, 0. Let's just go and let us be the third party over there and get those frags. That's what they did. Then they isolated that fight for the top 3 spot between IAWO and the other team around. They just completely isolated IAWO, ignored them for a little bit of time, and just went in for that fight against the other team. And this is a beauty, that I just found in the entire game that T2K played. JMEX MPL, obviously, I'd say the pillars of this particular performance over here. But the calling from IGN, that is something just won me over.
Absolutely. The strategizing has been great from the side of T2K, and on the fly thinking is something that they've gotten down to their nerves now. And that's going to be pretty essential, considering a battle royale game is generally one where you have to keep thinking on your feet constantly, because situations keep changing all the time without you having any control on it. So I think that's going to be one great addition to the whole setup of T2K to actually be able to adapt to the situations. And yeah, that's going to put them in a very good position, considering that there's 11 frags coming in from the 2 players that we saw pop up into the top 5 of the day itself, and then there's 6 more frags coming in from the same team. T2K is doing good for now, and hopefully will be able to continue the performance.
Yeah, T2K, they need 2 or 3 more games like these to get extra points. That's what they'd love to have over here. But yeah, 26 points, a great game for them. Vio and Illuminate got 7 overall frags, so that's also not a bad game for them. IAW, a decent one. King of Spades, man, once again. Consistency for this team in this map of Miramar is just too good. 12 points overall in this particular one. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming 2, man. 7 points. No, not bad at all. HVDC getting 6. Now, after that is where I'd say that the teams need to little bit cope up a little bit. JMEX got 4 placement points, but then again they could have done better considering they ended up in top 5 but did not get any frags to their name. But other than that, 4MV, no problem because I'd say NBeSports is very far away. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also got single digit number, so that gap is not reducing anywhere soon. And now both these teams only have 3 games remaining, so it's all just good news for the players of Team 4MV. But yeah, other than that, STFL, Venom, these teams again need to be a little bit better on this particular map. If the situation was not with them, hopefully would be better in the next game.
Well, definitely. We'll find out how it goes forward for these teams. But as of now, it's going to be Erangel. We still have the big teams playing onto this map, and the Group D is going to be the one that sits this out. So, not going to be a lot of ease that can be built in for the teams just yet. But yeah,
Hmm.
with 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok going back to the stationary, thing that we generally do. There's hardly one day in the week when we have 3 Miramars and one day when we have 3 Erangels. This is going to be one day that takes teams to their nerves because not only will we have the exact mix of maps that we generally do, but also throw in Livik in there. I mean, one big thing is going to be teams cannot exhaust themselves, specifically the ones that know they are going to be in the top 12 cannot because they have to play one extra match for the day, and that's going to be a very important one because it's going to give you the bonus points that put you in a very good position. Now for a team like 4MV, considering that they have a great leap of advantage here, being able to take out games, even the ones that give them like 6 to 7 points every game, is going to be great. It's going to be great. And for good enough performance, they can still stick to 3 4 points. That's good enough. They just need to make sure that they have enough, stamina to go ahead and make sure that they endure the Livik map because for now, their first position is not in danger at all. For the
Yeah,
side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and NBeSports, all they have to make sure is keep their eyes peeled on to the kill feeds and make sure that once the other team is taken down, just make sure that you're getting a slightly more than that, and that's good enough for you. The teams that are still on 14th, 15th position and everything below 12, they are the ones who need to really gas out because they have to still try and switch their positions along with the players who are already in the top 12 and make sure that they get to play the bonus match. So this is a much easy flowing game for the top teams, but the ones at the bottom are still going to be struggling a lot, and their endurance is going to need a lot of working on for this particular day. That's what I feel.
yeah. Now moving on to the second game, which I still do not remember. I suppose it's
Erangel.
Erangel.
Yes,
I just suppose it's Erangel, or maybe it could be Sanhok. Not Miramar because we'll have a little bit of a break in
it is
terms of
Erangel.
maps that we usually see. So probably one of those maps. And Group B sitting this one out, I think. Or is
Yep.
it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, Group B is sitting this one out, and we'll see the other team. We'll see how do they perform. Still, my eyes will be on the players of first of all the T2K. Do they was this
Yes.
a one-off, or are they able to convert this one game and use the momentum to maybe secure, maybe play a little bit better in the next coming map of Erangel if they play, if they're not in Group B, and the players of King of Spades. So these are the two teams that I'd
Absolutely.
be looking for. King of Spades because they did make a good jump. The only thing that separates them is a good chicken from top 5, from maybe even top 3, to say the least, because NBeSports is not having that good of a day over here too. The starting is not good. SKYLIGHTZ,
That's true.
yeah, 7 8 points. That's not bad at all. You've reduced the lead in terms of 4 points because 3 is what 4MV got, 7 is what you've got. But still, that 27-point lead is going to be there. Or I don't exactly remember the number, but the lead is still there. You get the point. That is going to be, these are going to be the two teams that I'd like to look out for in this map of probably Erangel slash Sanhok. If it's Sanhok, 70% luck, 30% skill, do what you can do. It's always a different team who comes in with the chicken altogether. The
Yeah.
only thing that you need to keep in mind is just make sure all your 4 players survive. But if you're 4MV, that also does not matter because you anyways are able to get 5 6 points around. So yeah, other teams need to be careful about them.
To be very honest, I do agree that this is going to be one of the matches where we are going to be watching out for King of Spades and T2K. I'm going to add the name of Raw Officials alongside as well because that's one team that I do want to
Okay.
see switch up their position from 11th because they've been consistently performing well, but for some reason haven't been able to alter their position at all, even though the difference is not as huge between
Mm-hmm.
them and the teams at 10th position. It just keeps swapping positions, constantly making them still stuck to the 11th position. But yeah, These three teams are definitely going to be ones to watch out for, and it is going to be Erangel with Group D sitting
Oh,
out.
okay.
We will have these teams coming back into play, and we will definitely be able to see if T2K, King of Spades, and Raw officials are all three part of this,
Mm-hmm.
because I think one of these teams definitely sits this one out. And whichever does, that
Oh,
makes
okay.
things slightly easier for us, because then we can go ahead and predict on the basis of which to actually do play it. Because it's slightly getting harder considering that there's so many teams that are coming on rising constantly. But yeah, about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I do still feel like I'm trying to see as much consistency coming in from them.
Mm-hmm.
But slowly and steadily, they might get it. They might get it.
Okay. All right. Let's first of all though jump into the action. It's the map of Erangel, so we'll love to see where the playing path goes from, because that's one thing that really decides where do these teams drop. I already see Milta power towards the left hand side. That means it's going all the way starting from Lipovka and just dissecting the map into two equal parts. That's a great playing path for all the teams that usually dropped in main island. Not so much for 4MV and Stalwart though, because they usually drop one team around military base, the other one around Novo Repnoy. Novo Repnoy is complete no go. Military base you still can drop around, maybe around the bridge of Ferry Pier, take a vehicle and rotate off. But I say Stalwart Esports then will go back to their query split that they usually do. That's their secondary drop on this map, and usually that's where they head to. So yeah, easy draws for all these teams. Let's see if we do see a drop fight though. That's what I'm interested to see.
I would definitely like to see that happen. But well, as of now, the teams are still trying to choose on to where exactly they're going to be heading themselves. We are not seeing, actually, we are not seeing T2K or King of Spades, either of those two teams. So it's going to be raw officials for me if they survive by the time we are asked for predictions. But yeah,
Okay.
let's find out how this goes forward, because DEADEYES guys is going to be another contender that can actually make sure that this game turns out to be in their favor, because they had a great game yesterday but they haven't been able to give as much remarkable position just yet. So this has to be one of the situations where they go ahead and squeeze that in. But look at the circle. It's going northeast. Okay, it's extremely north, but considering the fact that it's not towards the central north and towards the eastern side instead, it does give extra land area with in the form of Kavashki and Stolber for teams to actually survive on. And that's going to be good enough. But then again, we do have teams going all the way to Primorsk, which is going to be a long journey going back in.
Oh, this this circle definitely gives me vibes that this is ending around Stolber. And if that's the case, any team having that higher ground will have an advantage. DRS CMF would be thanking the PUBG gods right now. Thank you so much for giving us a position that literally supports our drop. Although Stalwart Esports, we talked about that query split. Instead, they went in for a Gutka split, and they've been able to pick off one of the players of Team Leo Esports. That's the last thing Leo wanted in their menu, but now have to deal with it.
Well, the menu will keep altering as they go forward, and now it's just dependent on what exactly Stalwart Esports is gonna be up to. Because again, being able to take one flag out is fine and good all, but you do gotta make sure that you survive. Because last game we saw what happened to Stalwart. Even after being able to take the first blood, they were taken out at the last exact position. Weren't able to squeeze much for themselves, and that wasn't a great position. They had just two frag points, and that was about it. But yeah, moving forward from here, they do got to be very careful. I am liking the fact that they are going for drop clashes, making sure that they have early elimination points, early defeats to themselves. But this it does require a lot of survival as well for them to capitalize on those numbers. In the meanwhile, though, Leo Esports running away just because they have already lost liquid, do not want to continue with the same exact run.
That's true. Although Leo Esports, the only thing that they can do right now is find a different spot and hope that there is no one near it. Because if you go towards hospital, it's always IHC who you find around that particular spot, looting for themselves. If you decide to go somewhere around Georgia Pole, two of the players of Team IHC are still there, and the northern city is covered by I8W. So it's a difficult spot for the team, for Team Leo Esports to be in, and let's see how do they deal with it. HVDC though, just simply looting the city of Pochinki, no problem whatsoever for them. They are just over here hoping to catch maybe anyone that they can. 4MV still drop towards military base, so that's again a very expected sort of a drop. What I see right now on the minimap, though, probably you guys won't be able to see, so I'll let you know. Mabetex has already started their rotation. Now that team dropped
Hmm.
around Lipovka, but now one of their players, Wally, is around Stalwart against the players of team DRS CMF. So that might be a fight that we would be looking forward towards in future.
Absolutely, that can be a fight that we can keep our eyes peeled for. But in the meanwhile, I do see an encounter about to happen between IHC and IAWO, which can be easily capitalized on by the players of Leo. Considering they've already lost one player, being in a third party situation is going to be great for them. But they are constantly devoted towards their rotation and are trying to move it towards shooting range and probably even relocate towards Severny once they enter into the circle. So not going to be able to reap fruits of that particular fight. But yeah, meanwhile, we do see 4MB and actually just 4MB and JMEX trying to make their way out of military base just yet, and DRS getting in their way.
Yeah. Now, if I talk about the players of Team STFL, now they are still looting. They are still taking their sweet time to get their loot for themselves. And Bakujin right now, I don't understand. I think he's just scouting around, maybe making sure that there is no enemies nearby. Will also run to refuse, get him back in the vehicle, and then just maybe rotate away. That was the plan overall. Okay. For now though, they will also be moving towards the squad house now, running around Yaznaya, probably getting information, getting some vehicles for themselves. Sekujen though from NBeSports has spotted a few players of team Mabetex. Now let's see if they do take some shots and give away their position to the players of team DEADEYES CMF. Whew, Sekujen though. Let's see if he's able to get any sort of knocks over here. Just around, making sure his presence is known to their opponents. And as soon as Wally, okay, I think now he has been spotted down. So for sure, NB Esports has that information that at least one team is nearby. They do not want to explore Stallmer because I think they know because of the analysis that BREX CMF is a team that usually likes to drop there. So it's better to not go in that particular direction for now. And they will just be descending down the hill, occupying a squad house that was earlier being scouted out by one of their teammates and was called out clear. So they'll be able to just take that squad house under control. The only problem I see with that squad house is how you'll save your vehicles. If some other team comes around that particular area nearby, that is something you'll need to take care of. How do you save your vehicles? But other than that, it's all completely fine. Stall was still being looted by Jax. He just found an M4. So that's also a good thing. The raw official though, now all out in the open. Now this is an ambitious spray because you do not know the remaining player of Team HPDC where he is. That was only, I'd say, 3 vehicles that you've spotted down. So the fourth one could be anywhere. This is something you'll need to avoid. Discipline is what I want in these teams. And raw officials, for now, they will survive, but that is something that will harm you in the longer run.
Absolutely, they do gotta be pretty careful of how this survival is gonna be capitalized on because again, being one of the teams that is already trying to aim at getting into a better position from 11th, it is gonna be a harder run considering that they are being slightly careless with their fights. In the meanwhile, those Stalwart Esports in a great position to actually go ahead and acquire a couple of frags for themselves, but still would have to be pretty concealed to be able to survive into the run. However, HVDC already can gatekeep IH, and if they choose not to, IH will be gatekeeping. So one of the teams is in danger, and in the meanwhile, still the kind of huge rotation they're going for, I don't understand what they're exactly aiming at from this.
Huh. HVDC though, look at them. Stalwart Esports could be a threat to Sanchir over here, but now they just move away. So HVDC also not taking that. Then what is up with these teams? I mean, early fights, especially for teams who are very, I'd say, powerful in those 4v4 battles. If you get that opportunity to take that fight early on in such a situation, you should pounce upon that opportunity. Or probably right now they all are on damage control, hoping to get a good chicken so that they are better positioned or maybe better equipped for the final bonus game. In terms of points, that could be one of the reasons. But I really still think that if you are confident enough in those early battle, 4v4 battle, and it is being offered up to you, just take it with both your hands in the first two zones because the chances of you getting third party will be very less in the first two zones. After that, it increases drastically. But none of them going for that, and yeah, all these 63 players will still survive because of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. 63 players all the way into such a tiny circle. Stage 2 is already going to close in. I mean, one single player from the side of Leo is all that was acquired so far, and that too by Stalwart Esports. Nobody has their open accounts just yet. Every single person is surviving on zero literal frags. However, I do have high hopes for NBeSports on this particular game, and if they are able to squeeze this in, they will be able to acquire themselves a great victory that can put them back on top and remove SKYLIGHTZ Gaming from the run, because this one is not even being played by that team. And that's going to be a good enough situation that NBeSports can capitalize on. But let's find out how this goes forward, because for now, there's a lot of teams marching right in onto the tiny little area between four quadrants.
That's true. uh for now though, if we see the players of team BITX CMF now, Knight is still in a good position over here. STRFL, they are in a vehicle over here where Knight can really pin them down. Although they decide not to fire any bullets, they want to play it out slowly. Zeol, for a second he was in open. Fizzboy really wanted to get that knock over there, but is not allowed to do so. IHC, they have thrown in some smokes, just try to get Godless back up, but I don't think so. Unless Fizzboy is removed from this position, Godless is not getting a revive. And now that option is also just gone away because of the mollies and the nades that have been thrown in. ISC just should completely give up on Godless. That nade will also make sure. And NB Esports, they've got that frag for themselves. The only thing they need to be concerned about are their packs at this point, because IHC is not pushing you anytime soon.
That's true. IHC is not, but in the meanwhile, IWO definitely might find an opening for themselves to just acquire the sweet spot that already was taken under control by NB Esports. In the meanwhile, Seal finally in the position to actually go back into safe area. Will they be able to survive though? Is a big question, because there's already three teams that are in the periphery and already ready to take up fights. Raw officials right now is still trying to make their way back into the circle. In the meanwhile, JMEX might encounter Seal soon enough, and being one of the teams that has very little to lose, they might initiate this battle soon enough. However, 4MB East, being the solo player surviving, trying to make his way back in from Yasnaya Polyana, does have to be super careful of HVDC in the meanwhile. But NB Esports, they have found themselves some compounds. Is this going to be a good spot to stall at? Is my question. I don't think it is.
Yeah, that is something you need to be careful about. Shifu sir, he has been taken down by IHC. Stalwart though taking a few shots, and Action is in a lot of trouble. Nirzed and Tops are too. Because this is what I was talking about. You go towards Solver, it is BITX CMS ground. And one by one these players fall. Nirzed, no options of getting that revival, and Stalwart, yeah, they will just survive with only one player standing.
Is this gonna be a good enough survival? I don't think so. I don't think so. But well, let's find out how they progress, because right now it seems like a great position is acquired by DE Venom, and they're gonna be in a great position. But in the meanwhile, if you take a look at Stalwart Esports, they're already acquired in a fight with one player lost, one player bleeding, and one player on a very low HP. Will be able to recover, but is that gonna be one fight that they wanna participate in? I would say don't. I would say just back up and move out of here as quickly as possible. In the meanwhile, the Raw officials still stuck onto that particular fight, unaware of the fact that JMEX and IHC are closing in soon enough alongside Leo. That's a lot of teams to tolerate.
That indeed is a lot of teams to tolerate. But this zone is made in such a way that all these teams who have compounds over here, they will be benefited a lot because of it. Around Stalwart, these zones are very harsh on the teams that do not have a compound. Unless you have like unlimited smokes to cover yourself off from all these different angles, you are just not in a good position. Now, JMEX, they decide to push in. A little bit too over eagerness shown in from Frag, which gets him punished, and same can be said for this player of Raw official Sky. Now, Galzane has been able to close the distance. He wants to take this battle, and there's a nade being cooked in, and Malik shows himself, but is essentially able to trade his teammate out with the nade. And Snipe, well, he is very far away, so with no revival opportunity over there. The frag will be stolen by a Stalwart Esports player, but at least one good thing has happened for the players of Team Raw, that they will be able to survive for now.
Well, definitely, survival is going to be one good thing that raw officials can prey upon. But in the meanwhile, there is going to be more attack that comes in. Stalwart Esports, JMEX, both being stuck onto this fight with raw officials, will be able to squeeze some value out of here. Stalwart Esports finding that one single player hiding behind the vehicle, and that's going to announce the end of raw officials. Will it? No, retaliation comes in, and with Prabeen being right on aim, Stalwart Esports themselves face quite a lot of damage. Unexpected, but well, it is what it is. In the meanwhile, JMEX losing players as well, making it easier for raw officials to actually survive out of this very sticky situation at Stalbert.
Ooh, East. Now he also has that M4 available for himself, looking to just take anyone down that he can. But no one shows face. The zone has again shifted a little bit towards south. Main Stalbert city is still inside the zone. DEADEYES CMF, they should be celebrating at this point. HVDC though would be their competition right now, because if they do not decide to go down the hill, which they should not, because that would just be them signing on their death sentence, BIDX CMF will have to fight it out against HVDC. So that's a fight I'm looking forward to. For MV though, around that hill, they are definitely dishing out damage. Baren gets a couple of knocks, and Apex is helping him clean up shop.
Well, the shop will definitely be cleaned up right here, but Stalwart Esports, are they trying to go in from a place which is going to be super hard to navigate through? Because we do have bad intentions sticking around here. HVDC still trying to make their way back in, and that's going to be a good enough situation for both of these teams to sandwich Stalwart in. However, in the meanwhile, if you take a look at DE Venom, surviving with one single smoke and hiding underneath it, they are not going to have a good enough position. The nade will land right on top, making it sure that one player gets knocked and it's one single player surviving to try and take the fight. Mabetex Esports, however, do lose their own players in the fight as well, and DRS gets a great opportunity for a third party, which they are gonna not invest in just yet because they do want to survive and do want to take the longer route in.
But Mabetex Wally, he was very low on HP for a second. I was just concerned because in areas like these, if you get knocked out, getting third party is very, very easy. STFL though, they are also falling back over here. They know that this fight against HVDC won't result fruit. So it's better to fall off from this particular position. NBeSports, one of the players also falls. So all these teams around the map, they are not having a good time getting all the way up to Stalbert. We also see DRS still surviving, all 4 players still in the game. Still on the lower end though. So that is something that they'll be concerned about. A concern has to be shown in over here by the player of NBeSports because Akash is down. Sekojin has been able to go and get that frag in his favor, because of which the revival will be possible.
The revival has definitely happened, but will this reward them is the big question. Let's see if the rewarding is going to happen as soon. Stronger FAKELOVE finally taking a lot of damage from the side of DRS and finally dealing some as well. HVDC will be using the fruit of third party right here. However, there is a lot of ruckus that's happening towards the southwestern side, and there's gonna be a lot of teams that mount onto this particular position. And talking about me, I think I'm gonna hook on to Leo this time.
Oh, I go with BIDX CMF. The position that they have is supreme. That high ground advantage really can give high value to them. HVDC also seems like to be a good option, but yeah, this third party from Mabetex will make sure that it does not happen. So yeah, Anna, if you ask me, I'll still stick with Team BIDX CMF.
Well, a good choice nonetheless. But in the meanwhile, there is gonna be a team that takes a lot of damage, which is gonna be DRS. As you suggested, HVDC was a good contender, and they have been proving that by taking DRS completely by the coffin. Right now, Mabetex Esports trying to walk back into the circle, but still has one crawler on board. He cannot put his feet back on the ground because the revival is gonna be pretty late to arrive on spot. In the meantime, DRS gets eliminated completely, and now we have 12 teams all trying to walk into tiny little circle of stage 5. That's gonna be highly densely populated.
Ooh. Leo though has a good angle onto the player of DEADEYES guys. Sussex and Slayer. Both these players will be in trouble. Now Spam coming in through the smoke. Slayer though, he just got shot down because the target was not him. It It was Sus in the smoke, but Leo, he finally will be taken down. Sussex sir will be able to retaliate back in kind, but Mabetex will run and get that revival, or maybe not because the zone is also closing in. Now, if you can maybe carry Leo to the zone, that's entirely a different thing. But other than that, you'll be in a tough situation. Degree, though, has spotted down one of the players and has been able to take down him entirely. I was about to say that, but then I see the kill feed and his flag gets stolen. I feel for you, bro, but you cannot do much about it because that's the beauty of Battle Royale. HVDC, they will be put into a little bit of a tough situation. Meanwhile, DEADEYES guys also get eliminated. Desert over here stuck in a corner, smoking himself out of this position. Wants to rotate 80 meters inside the zone.
Well, right now, Desert has been left deserted completely. In the meanwhile, though, we are seeing these 10 teams fight it out to enter into the circle. Stalwart Esports right now has one player inside and one player out. Still trying to hold Raw officials off, constantly making sure that their aim is on the right spot. But Raw officials is going to be able to evade that by walking right onto I8WO and picking up the last surviving player. However, in the meanwhile, Jiggle has been taken down and there is quick capitalization coming in from the side of Action. He is literally slamming right onto Jiggle, and that will be one more player taken away from the side of Raw officials. This is one fight that you do not want to be involved in, Malik. Malik would definitely have to retrieve and not go ahead and try to, revive his fallen comrade. In the meanwhile, stronger FAKELOVE taken out as well. There is so much happening on the map at constant, intervals simultaneously that it's hard to figure out which fight to pick at a time.
Ooh, frags are flowing left and right. Yes. 4M, we also have a good position inside the zone. So that is again another team that I'd like to keep my eyes on. But in the next 10 seconds, it will be even clearer which team has an advantage overall in this game now. That's what I'd like to see. Advantage being given to one of these teams. Now, Stallbar has again a lot of these small little areas where pockets, I'd say, where players could hide in. So that's one of the places that you wouldn't want to be. You wouldn't want to clear all alone because you could be surprised because of a rat maybe playing there. But this time around, 4MV in the kill feed, they show up. They've taken down one of the players of Team Mabetex. Dante also falls this time around to HVDC 0. Now that's a frag. I think Dante was very far away from his own teams. Yes, exactly. And he will be completely taken away from the game. Problems arise. Let's see if there's some solution for that particular team or not.
Well, we'll soon find out if the solution comes in. But in the meanwhile, Leo Esports still not involving into any much ruckus, trying to find themselves in one single battle at a time. They have taken care of Raw officials already, and now they're gonna be marching back in with Stalwart Esports soon enough. With that, they are gonna have another third-party opportunity built up for the side of IHC. Unaware of the position of this team, Leo might fall prey to a very unsuspected situation. Let's see if it works out, because so far it seems like the best position on the map is gonna go with 4MV and Seal. Okay, Seal gets taken down, so never mind.
Mabetex, though, they do have a good spot. I mean, it is nadable from up top, but I don't think so. Team DRS have that information, because of it they're not using any of their utility till now. Also, they also have to get inside the zone, and in front of them is a complete steep down ridge. And it's a downhill fall, so you'll need to be careful about all these angles on the left and right too. So it's not a good situation for Team DEADEYES right now. Let's see how do they first of all get in the zone and then maybe fight out against the players of Team Mabetex. 4MV though really have a good spot, so that is one of the things that I like about this team. The position that they have is very secure. All three players having three different areas. Baron is a little bit alone, so if Mabetex they decide to just push in, there will obviously be some cover fire being thrown in from behind, but Baron has to do surviving all by himself.
Well, this survival definitely is slightly scary for the side of Baron, but well, we'll find out, because he does have his comrades coming in right behind him, trying to make sure that he has all the cover that's required for him. However, 4MV, having lost one player, does lose their chances against Mabetex Esports, but every other team is still going to be running short of 4. So that's going to be an easy fight. All they have to wait for is to get Mabetex taken down. In the meanwhile, however, my prediction falls short and Leo gets taken down instead. They have quite a few downed players, and in front of them survive IHC. They are going to be able to finish IHC off completely, but will they be able to revive all 4? No, because 2 have completely surrendered to the deathbed.
Yeah, that's. Now, this is a difficult situation. Stalwart, I see all alone, gets that knock onto Nova, and Jetauta is still healing himself back up. And the random spam through the smoke, IC gets him through it. The first hit did not pop in time, and that will be game over for their opponents. 4 MV and Mabetex doing this close range battle. Zero is still over here, but I think the damage has already been dealt. Volley is completely out of the game. Desert and Leo are down, and the push comes in from BIT. They will spot Zero out. They will take him down without any damage, and Mabetex will say goodbye to the game.
Mabetex not being able to survive through is gonna put the situation very much in advantage for the side of 4MV. With this, it seems like last 3 teams surviving are gonna be BITX, Stalwart Esports, and 4MV. Okay, never mind. 4MV with that number of players surviving is gonna have a really hard time, but I'm again sure Apex is gonna be investing into fights as soon as possible, making it harder for BITX to be the one that actually is able to acquire this one. With this frag, 4MV already getting happy, and now they have 2 more players to deal with from the side of BIT. It's gonna be a hard fight to survive from, but he gets another knock. Apex! What's going on?
BIT threw the game. That's what happened. BIT literally threw the game and they said, we do not want the chicken. They had all their 3 players standing. They could have really done it, but now they're in trouble. It is a 1v2v2, and you can just get third partied by Apex. Now, for some reason, Jax also wants to take this duel. The nade softens him up, and IC will make sure that he gets eliminated. Bad intentions. They had their chicken in their plate, but they just threw it in the garbage.
Well, all I can say is that it has been decided by bad intentions that they just want to go vegan for today, because they've literally, as you said, tossed out the chicken from their plates. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Stalwart definitely looks like they're going to be on the higher edge. They're going to have all the benefits that they can in this particular fight. Is Apex going to be able to survive? Is going to be a big question, because I really feel like this is again going to be one of the situations where numbers advantage gets you the victory and you're able to shout out chicken dinner at the end of this one. And if Stalwart wins this, it's going to be a long awaited victory for them. Apex, however, trying to be slightly sneaky, going all the way towards the western side, trying to make sure that from his own west he is able to get himself onto action and take one fight at a time. He wants to isolate this battle so that he has a better chance at winning this. His vest, though, take a look, has been completely drained out. He does not have enough ability to soak in damage anymore. Helmet, however, will have all 3 bars on, no damage dealt onto the head. But then again, this particular fight, I don't think it's going to be all about headshots. It's going to be a lot of shots, and a few of them will announce Apex's demise.
Stalwart, they I think have a fair idea. Now, considering both these teams are still inside the zone, I don't think so any one of them is going to make a move. So we'll have to wait for another minute or two to get any sort of action going. Unless Apex gets this knock, I don't see a reason for Apex to push in. The nade has been thrown in, but it falls a little bit short. Apex still wants to follow it up. He thinks that he has created some space with this nade, but counter nade's coming in. But action has been taken care of. The follow-up nade does not connect, and now IC has been put in a 1v1. The HP is a matter of concern for Apex, but it just closes in the distance. Now IC, he has to just connect one pump in this battle. Apex suddenly just explodes himself into the smoke, but Stalwart will still be able to find him with the random shot and convert this game into a chicken dinner.
Absolutely well done by Stalwart Esports. They have been able to secure the one chicken that they've been desperately waiting for since this tournament began. And finally it's on their plates. With a relishing dinner for the night, I think Stalwart is going to be coming back in for more. However, great game for 4MB as well. Even after one single man surviving, they managed to reach the second position. That's huge enough. But with 9 points of elimination and 10 for placement, 19 total added to Stalwart in the board in the end.
Make it clap.
Hello and welcome back again, everyone, on to PMPL SA 2023 Fall Season. I'm your host Anna, and with me on the SK is gonna be Prince. We have witnessed great game in the first one. We saw T2K seize a victory again. The second
Yep.
one, I don't think you're gonna be very happy with that, Prince.
Not at all. Man, this was my first correct prediction. Not first, I'd say second, but the second one, they got eliminated doing a similar thing. But then again, it was a fair fight. The final two teams were remaining with all four players, so I don't count that. But this is a literal throw. Is what these players of Team BIDX CMF did. For some reason, they thought that fighting 4MV alone one by one is a good idea, and that they just announced it. Why not? Why isn't that such a great idea? The two individual battles just gets in the favor of 4MV, and they're like, yeah, guys, thank you so much. I mean, Stalwart Esports, the job was made easier by them just surviving. The job just went so easy because BIDX CMF decided to just push it. I am at a loss of words. I was about to get my first prediction correct, but BID thought something else, maybe. I don't know what.
Exactly. They had different plans and they did not want you to win this one because they want to see me being the one having the first correct prediction. But well, in any case, let's take a look at MVP, and I wouldn't be surprised if it actually comes from the side of 4MV. It is gonna be 4MV. Well done, Apex. Those isolated battles definitely put him in a great spot.
hmm Easily done. I mean, yeah, sometimes you get picked off, sometimes you find yourselves in a difficult spot. But Apex was like, yeah, if you keep awarding me these, if you're not able to run me over in the first time, I'm not giving you a second chance. And easily he was able to eliminate both the players. A good attempt in that fight against ST as well, but essentially it did not go in his favor. He was not able to finally take him down. Even though IC had 6 frags, but the damage is the place where he fell short, and Apex was called the MVP of the game. Although this will help him in his overall frag standing, MVP standing. So would love to see if IC is somewhere there in that chart or not. But yeah, Stalwart Esports, they did a great job. Good closing out of the game. 9 frags between Action and IC. And yeah, so slowly and steadily getting back into action, Stalwart Esports.
Exactly. 4MV as well doing a great job. 7 eliminations between the two players that we saw on board. And Aero, every single time HVDC is underperforming, not able to deliver what we are really requiring from them. But Aero every now and then does show up in the top players, and I think that's huge. But yeah, Seal Esports also popping their heads in, and highest healing done. I don't think that's literally translated into game in any way. But yeah, good for you, Scooby.
And if you talk about the overall ranking, yeah, 9 frags to their name, 10 placement points and a 19 frag. Great game for the players of Team Stalwart Esports. Although we'd even say 4MV got that comeback going too, 15 points for them. Mabetex got 13. Bad Intentions CMF, 12 points overall. Leo Esports getting 10. HVDC Seal follow them, and Raw Esports in the charts too. So yeah, it was a good game. Erangel, again, not one of those normal zones. I think now we'll have to call this the new normal, where weird zones are all we get. They are being followed by IHC, WO8, WOI8, NBeSports, Stronger FAKELOVE, DRS, DEADEYES, Venom, and JMEX. I don't know what has happened to JMEX. Day number 1 was still better than what has happened after that. And especially today, 2 games back to back. I mean, not the best possible result.
Absolutely, I'm pretty disappointed on that as well. But well, let's see how they recover from here because there's still 2 more weeks to go. But for this week, they can definitely say goodbye to Livik because I don't think there's any possible way for this team to actually crawl back in with 2 remaining matches and actually go ahead and acquire that position to be in the top 12. However, we do have one more Miramar for the day, and after that, we walk into Arena where we'll be seeing the TDM happen. I'm waiting to see how it turns out because it's going to be round 2 day today. So, gotta see what pumps we're getting in there. But yeah, in the meanwhile, Miramar is going to be the first thing that we encounter for the day with Group C sitting out.
Yeah, I mean, this third game is going to be very fun. So, would love to see how this map of Miramar now goes. One of these groups sitting out. I think 4MV will sit this one out. So, there will be some opportunity for the players of maybe SKYLIGHTZ to get back into action because I did not see SKYLIGHTZ in this game, or they were very early eliminated. I do not exactly
So
remember.
Skylights did it
But yeah,
right.
Okay, so now this particular game, SKYLIGHTZ will be there. Let's see how does SKYLIGHTZ play overall, and it would be a fun game to watch.
Absolutely. I'm definitely keeping my eyes out for SKYLIGHTZ and T2K and King of
Mhm.
Spades as well. All these three teams were sitting out on the last one, and this is going to be one more playground that they can encounter and make sure that they make the best out of. Considering 4MB is sitting this one out and Stalwart is still playing this one, I think Stalwart will again have an opportunity to go ahead and close it on that lead by acquiring one more winner without having 4MB following right behind them with the second position.
Mhm. Okay, Miramar is for sure going to be very interesting. The previous time we saw, I'd say King of Spades again, they were very good on that map. T2K, they sat this one out, if I'm correct. So they got a chicken in that first map too. So
Yes.
now coming back again to a map which you were able to be the victors on. Again, the zone went to water treatment, which was comfortable for you. But what happens when you decide to rotate? When you have to rotate? Although the game you played, it does not matter where the zone ends. If you just have the perfect calls like that, if you have the perfect teamwork just like you had in game number one, you should be well and good. You should be setting yourselves for another good game in this one. But yeah, that has to continue. That is the only thing that I'd say has to be taken over. Stalwart Esports as well. I mean, you getting a chicken in Erangel will definitely put you up a little bit. But then again, you've lost that second spot that you usually saw yourselves on. So now gaining it back, it is one step in the right direction. But then again, SKYLIGHTZ will not give it out so easily. NBeSports wouldn't fall so easily. So you'll have to be consistent with these sort of games. Maybe get another chicken on this map of Miramar and surprise us and probably take us to the final map to show that yes, you can still be very much in contention.
Exactly. That's going to be one thing that we're all going to be keeping our eyes out for. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Miramar, and we are going to be seeing quite a lot of teams trying to take advantage of the fact that
Mhm.
4MB is not here. And now the fact that they have already put themselves in the leading position and then again gotten a great game to push themselves even further away. There's a lot of crawling back in that has to be done specifically by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, NBeSports, Stalwart Esports, and also I guess I'm gonna add the name of King of Spades in the list as well. So these teams can
Why not?
definitely try and make the best of this situation. But then there are some who are literally trailing behind. I want to see DRS step up. I want to see DITX step up. I want to see JMEX step up. These three are going to be teams that I really, really, look forward to seeing change things around and maybe shuffle the leaderboard a bit.
That's true. And let's see if today is the day, or if this is the game where they're able to do any of those things. Talking about the playing path though for this Miramar map, Los Leones is where it starts. Campo Militar is where it ends. Now, places anywhere I'd say west of Hacienda del Petron San Martin won't be easily droppable. So basically, you'll have all these teams constructed in the eastern side of the map, eastern northeastern side of the map, and would like to see. I mean, how do you fan out, especially for teams like King of Spades? They usually literally go in the opposite direction towards ruins, the other corner of the map. Now, for them, this is not going to be a fun game. And I think for the very first time, we might see that southern little island some love being shown towards that particular place. DIDX CMF is also interested, and so are the players of Team King of Spades, I think.
Well, we'll find out soon enough if this interest is going to, reap any returns for the team. Because again, no matter what you invest in your interest, there has to be some interest getting, reverted on it. But in the meanwhile, Deadeye's guy is trying to go pretty far away from the rest of the crew and acquiring themselves something super, isolated. Mabetex again opting for Campo Militar, if I'm not wrong, and the circle just going completely wavered for these end of Mapex. It's going to be a long run for Mapex to actually come back, and they either have to start up with an early rotation or okay. Never mind. I was about to talk about survival, and in that meanwhile, ASL already loses a player to NBeSports.
First blood already drawn. And we would be like thanking the stars right now. Thank you, God. We needed a good game. You've given us the opportunity to show one. We are very thankful for that. And that's a good thing. Although the loot is not a good thing right now. So NB Sports also need to make sure that they have all their four players surviving too. I still see Assassin inside a compound and has that M16, so it will always be preferred over the Deagle that Akaz has. They'll have to provide maybe some support or maybe push Assassin too and get these flags in their name. But other than that, yeah, for now, if the situation is stagnant enough, and if Assassin does not land a few shots, it should be well and good.
Well, let's figure out what happens for these teams because as of now, it seems like there's going to be a lot of struggle that the teams have to go for. Because Assassin right now is going to get slammed in by NBeSports, and it does not seem like an optimal situation. There's two players waiting on the back lines. There's two players trying to slam it right onto him. This is not the best situation for them.
Not at all. I mean, Sekujin also pushes in. NBA Sports, they just gathered around Assassin, and he thought that he has better loot. He found that M16, he would be able to take down at least two players of NBA Sports over here. Just ends up falling with false hope that he had himself. So, NBA Sports would be happy with the start that they have. Two frags to their name. And already inside stage number one zone. And zone has also gone all the way south. So, this is also again one of those things where all I'd say most of these teams, 60% of the teams will be happy with with zone number one.
Well, let's see what happens to these teams because as of now, the things are not looking good for at least ASL. In the meanwhile, however, Leo is trying to acquire a great enough position for themselves, which is going to be pretty optimal going forward. But then again, even with all the loot, if you're not able to acquire the right position for yourself, it's not going to be happy enough for the side of Leo. Yetauta has been contributing quite a bit to the team, but the rest of the team also has to step up. Even after a great number of frags, they are losing out on victories. In the meanwhile, King of Spades, you better save your souls because Stalwart Esports is right around the corner.
Stalwart Esports, let's see if they're able to get this fight in their favor. Mamba, he's just hiding over here and suddenly pounces onto action. Now, that little, I'd say, good play, little high IQ play wouldn't be the right word, but he was just making sure that action wasted his bullets. And even though he was not super accurate himself, but action did essentially run out of bullets in that particular angle and was not able to take Mamba down. That's the reason Mamba is able to survive and get that very first frag for himself.
Well, let's see how it goes forward because as of now, Mamba with the frag is going to be super happy. And in the meanwhile, there is a deficit that Stalwart Esports is running around with right now. It does not seem like a very good position for Stalwart or for ASL. Again, two of the teams that invested into a very early fight, struggling to make sure that they survive till the end. Raw officials, however, are going to be acquiring quite a lot of area to themselves, but the moment they get invaded, it's going to be difficult. However, I feel like the invasion is not going to happen just yet.
Hmm. Uh, if you talk about the other teams too, I mean, on the mini map I see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a team which you were talking about. Yeah, here we have it. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They have to move inside the zone. They probably will have to battle it out maybe with the players of JMEX or DRS, unless they decide to go from all the way Mountaineer. That's the only way they will avoid these fights. Or maybe then, if they just don't want to take the fight, they just keep running inside their vehicle. That is again one of these options that they can maybe choose. But yeah, other than that, Mabetex, if we talk about them, they went all the way north towards Campo Militar, Torea, Humoda. So the loot that they'll have will also be very supreme. DEADEYES guys will also have to rotate probably through La Bandita is what they'll do because there's a road that connects. A Kacha Pakka road is what we call it in the a Kacha Pakka road through Junkyard to Minas de Generales that they'll use to rotate inside the zone. So I don't think so that'll be a big problem for DEADEYES guys. Even HVDC will easily rotate towards Los Leones. So all these teams slowly and steadily moving towards the first zone, getting inside it, hopefully get a better result overall in the game too.
Let's hope the same. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at how Steel is surviving because so far they seem like they are in a position where they can easily navigate into the circle. But the way they have been playing so far, Fritz, I feel like they are not prepared for the coming games. They are not prepared to survive. They're not prepared to take the fights either. In the meanwhile, talking about JMEX, one of the teams that is constantly losing players, is running around with players from such a huge distance that no revival can happen. I don't understand why, and I don't see a point to it. And I would definitely want to see how they are able to capitalize on this because so far it does not seem like it's possible.
Seal, where do they go? I mean, this has sort of become a pattern for all these teams. They just get so constricted towards the center of the zone that if the zone is not in your favor, you really feel a lot of pressure while trying to get in it. And because of it, the teams who like to play it from the far outskirts now, they always have that I'd say advantage overall. They know that all these teams will be constricted around here, so they just decide to rotate around them, and the fights usually do not happen in the first two circles because of that reason. So would like to see some teams, just fanning out, maybe taking around the area. I still used to remember that there was a meta that earlier used to happen. Nobody took the center of the zone. Everyone would be very happy with the peripheries. The only time that they would go in for the control of center was when they were absolutely sure that this zone or this place will be inside the zone for the next 3 or 4 zones. That's when they went for this particular sort of play, and otherwise they would be just on the extremities. But this time around, a lot of teams towards the center of the zone, which essentially means that the fights will only happen after the fourth and the fifth zone. So let's see. Seems to be working for a lot of teams, even for NBeSports as well, because they've just secured their third frag for themselves.
Well, we'll figure out if that's going to be a possibility. As of now, ASL still trying to find themselves into a better opening. In the meanwhile, NBeSports with these 3 frags is going to be celebrating quite a bit because they haven't lost a single player in attempting these, and there is a presence of T2K in the periphery as well. So I think this fight with ASL definitely should come to a halt because T2K, with the kind of momentum they're holding right now, might be able to actually enjoy the third party relics for themselves. In the meanwhile, Chumbasera is still populated by Leo Esports, and I think it's about time they start to move around.
Yeah, NBeSports though, how do they know that this last guy is here? I just do not understand, but NBeSports for some reason have an idea that Gangsta is present in this exact location, and he won't survive for long because now the push is already started. Mondo, he has spotted Gangsta down. Even Akaz is running him over, and the frag will be secured by Mondo. But man, NBeSports, what a great read by this team. Fourth frag overall, and they have made sure that ASL is the very first team to fall in the game entirely.
Let's see. ASL not gonna be happy at all. Every single time this team is coming in the bottom few, slots for themselves, not being able to acquire anything, not even a frag point this time. So that's gonna be a sad start, and I feel like ASL should already be losing hope for survival into the top 12. But in the meanwhile, STE alongside T2K surviving in a very very close periphery, and look at how they have attracted the attention from the side of Seal. I'm not very sure if Seal is going to be able to reap the best benefits out of this fight, but they definitely will have an opportunity to do the same.
Oof. Yeah, Stalwart Esports, they're in a very difficult spot. Their vehicle about to burst out. Taking shots from 2 different teams, DRS CMF. Not 2, 3, make it 3 because I also see Seal. I think they were the first ones to take this battle. So, not in a good spot at all, for sure. I mean, the vehicle I think is already blasted. Now, Rig, he took a few shots, they did not connect. Now has to reset, get back into the compound, and will now hold a passive little spot. NBeSports though, they find themselves in yet another battle. But this time it's against the players of Team Leo Esports, and I only see Mondo and Fizzboy over here. The backup will obviously arrive, and then I'd like to see NBeSports take this particular 4v4 battle in their favor. Although, even from Leo, it's only Novax and Slipknot, and the remaining 2 players are, I think, providing cover from behind. But let's see which team gets that first opening knock with the initial wave of utility that is being thrown in by both these teams.
Well, we'll soon find out what these teams are up to because as of now, Leo and NB Esports are both constantly trading out nades, and in this whole fight, it seems like NB is gonna have more area to move around in, which makes it finally slightly constrained for the side of Leo. They wouldn't be able to reap the best benefits of the fight. However, Pro officials in the meanwhile taking a fight with King of Spades and making sure that they do not have enough chances of making it to the top slots.
NBeSports, Mondo still just behind the truck, has a vehicle to escape if he wants to. But since Fishboy is making a different angle onto this battle, I think NBeSports are happy to take this fight. Now the zone will also force them to get away from the spot, get inside the zone as soon as possible. And if this zone ends in Los Leones, this would be very, very difficult for all these teams to play around. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming on the other hand facing trouble. It's Raw who gets the knock, but King of Spades who secure that frag. So that's a little bit unfortunate. It's entirely unfortunate for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But yeah, Raw official, they'll not be happy with the stealing of frag that was done by the players of King of Spades.
Well, soon enough, we'll find out what exactly happens to King of Spades because as of now, very few players survive, and that's not looking like the best situation for the team. But in the meanwhile, NBeSports getting enwrapped between Leo Esports. Liquid is spotted, he's gonna be fisted on, but wait a second. There is support coming in. Fistboy definitely takes the trade down, but it's still looking like it could go anywhere. This fight can swing any direction. Mondo versus Yeta Uta is gonna be the last fight that happens, and Slipknot alongside Novax will have cover for the side of Yetauta, and Mondo will be surviving solo in this particular fight. Can he take this down? Is going to be a question because Akaz is nowhere to be seen on the map right now. And with that fight coming in his favor, he is able to take one more down and completely eliminate that one. Is he going to be able to take Novax? No, he won't. He gets shot right there. And with Akaz's help, it seems like now it's going to be a 2v1 that can be actually rooted for.
A little bit unfortunate, I'd say, over there, that particular engagement, because he was he was just trying to quickly switch the scope over there, but it did not happen in time, and after that he waved a few of his shots, I'd say, and that is the reason he gets taken down. Leo will get that revival onto Liquid, and he needs to reset as soon as possible. NBA is supposed to do the same on one of their players, but they've lost Fistboy in the process, because Yeta Uta with this angle will just be able to shut him down. Akaz also, yeah, I think, yeah, that's done. This game is done for the players of NBeSports. Leo, as soon as Slipknot fell, I thought Leo would be in a lot of trouble. But seems to be they've got control of it, and they will be able to move forward in the game with 3 players surviving.
Well, with 3, it's gonna be a survival. It's definitely not looking like a victory, but then again, you never know because 4MB just did it with one single player, almost reached the second position, and numbers definitely did not matter at that particular point. You just have to find the right team to fight against in that situation. But well, as of now, Leo definitely will survive, but will the blue be any merciful? Because it seems like there's a lot of punishment coming in from the side of blue, and then there is King of Spades as well, just waiting there to have anyone walk right in and shoot on them. In the meanwhile, NB Esports also going through the same exact pain, and both these teams who have just fought against each other can now actually sympathize.
But I think Leo will have some vehicles. So Nova has a vehicle which will be brought to just maybe pick up Yeta Uta and get him also inside the zone. But NBA Sports do not have the same luxury. So they will have to maybe run their way in, and within the next 30 seconds, the stage number 5 is also coming in. So for them, this game is completely over. Yeta Uta also finds a vehicle for himself, so Leo wouldn't have a lot of trouble getting inside the zone. But on the other hand, if we talk about the other teams, Stalwart still around the center. It's the 2 players still surviving. T2K around them too. So this is looking like a great game for the side of Team T2K as well. But if you ask me, I'd go HVDC. I'd say HVDC is a team that I really think will be able to win this entire game out, considering the position that they have inside the city, and the way for rotation is completely free for them. I'd stick with HVDC this time as well.
Alrighty, I see where you're going. But however, I'm gonna be slightly to the north of you, and I'm gonna pick DRS. It is gonna be a slightly, bold pick right now, considering the way the run has been. But I think in this particular game, they do have a shot. They do have a good shot.
Okay. Interesting choice though, because I've seen DRS throw away good situations too. So it's, as you said, a bold choice over here. Snipe though, for some reason he decided to just stop his vehicle in the middle of nowhere, and Soulless says thank you very much for making such a big blunder. I'll punish you for. Gets that frag for himself. 2 frags overall. CL Esports still in the game, still surviving. JMEX would like to get maybe that trade for themselves. They are shooting at the feet of this player, but I don't think so. Soulless has a lot of trouble inside the zone. Just throws a smoke and is chilling behind the truck.
Well, this chilling is not going to last long because again, you are going to be spotted. And look at that, Soulless has been taken and taken a fancy from the side of T2K, and now T2K XMPL will definitely be revealing this information to Rig as well. And soon enough, T2K will be able to make sure that with that information, they can go ahead and acquire as much position as they are capable to. Kirito, however, will survive still and will have a good enough shot going forward. Let's see. This time the votes have finally gone wayward. They are not looking completely DRS favored, and finally we can see people supporting some new teams. We can see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and DEADEYES guys up there beating DRS down to the vote.
Yeah, this was essentially bound to happen. We used to see 60% votes for DRS, but when you don't perform, then this sort of things happen. Because DEADEYES guys and SKYLIGHTZ can be seen in the top charts. So of course the support is going to shift in their favor. So let's see if these two teams are able to perform this time around. King of Spades, if we talk about them, they've already lost Faisal early on, and ExoX is also in a spot where he cannot be retrieved from. So it's only up to Mamba and Deathstorm to make their way inside the next zone too, because this fourth zone is about to close in the next 10 seconds. DEADEYES guys on the other hand have a fight on their hands, and it seems to be it's only Sussex are surviving. Now, I don't think so that all these players have been completely taken away from the game, so the revival possibilities will still be very much there. But how many revivals do you get? I don't think so much, because Domain has already started to finish the knocked out players.
Well, with that, it's going to be one last player surviving from the side of DEADEYES guys, who is still on the knees and can be brought back up. But that opportunity again depends at the mercy of Domain. But wait a second. Kirito, in the meanwhile, gets taken down by JMEX of all the teams. And that puts them with one single person lost on the side of JMEX in exchange of 3 from the side of Seal. However, those track points haven't been added for JMEX, to be very honest. But in the meanwhile, Raw officials, they are trying to pick up another fight with Mamba. Let's see how that one goes, because King of Spades right now do hold the upper ground in this fight.
Yeah, King of Spades, they do hold that upper ground. But let's see, just 2 players, the numbers is not with them. The numbers are not with them, so that will be a big trouble. DEADEYES guys, though, they were able to get 2 of their players back up and running, but Shifu gets shot down back. The nade just connects on him. He goes down. A revival is also being thrown in, and Sussex is trying to make sure that he's able to hold down the push from Team I8 by tossing a few nades out. So, DEADEYES guys will be brought back up to 4 players surviving. But the problem is, I8, they will always have that better chance, a better angle at this battle. Because they have 2 ways of entering into this compound. One of them being this particular hole to work with, and Shifu are tossing a nade right at the feet, and Domain goes down. Now, his frag is also being attempted to be confirmed, but that's not the case. Wolfis has a DBS, so this close range battle is not going to be easy at all. But DEADEYES guys, this is your chance. This is your way to get back into the game. Slayers are tossing these days left and right, hoping to catch anyone off, but I don't think so. Domain is getting that revival anytime soon now. He will essentially bleed out, because DEADEYES guys have already descended down the floors. Finally, Viper touches Domain out. But do Team DEADEYES guys push in? That's the biggest question. I think they should have already done it, considering they got that knock. But they decided not to. They just want to hold this angle out. Viper also has a shotgun in his hands. So I8 is ready with the close range battles and probably wants to take it in their favor. But let's see, DEADEYES guys. Slayers tosses a nade, does not connect. Easy toss for the players of Team I8, but pushes in with the DBS and gets a couple. Now that's the way to break the crossfire. And suddenly the fight where I8W were preferred, it has turned in the favor of DEADEYES guys. Wolfis, he is able to get that final confirmation onto Sussex, and also gets another frag and converts a 1v3. What a shot! What a clutch! And Wolfis just comes out on top.
But it's going to be one single player surviving, that is going to be Woofus. How long can he carry this forward is going to be one big question for the team. In the meanwhile, however, JMEX currently making better for themselves, finally has a frag on hands, and 3 players still surviving. Stalwart Esports, however, lost a couple of players, but then that has been the story for Stalwart Esports since day one, hasn't it? We can still count them in, we can still count them capable of going forward. In the meanwhile, BITX CM, however, this is one team that is able to manage going all the way to the top, does have all 4 players with them. Will they be able to take this forward is one big question, because this team has a lot of hopes attached to them, which they are not rewarding. And look at that. And that's the useless fight just initiated by the team, trying to third party on a situation where they weren't even able to be prepared for it. And even in a third party situation, getting 2 of the players knocked. I have no idea what Bad Intentions is doing right now. No idea at all whatsoever.
They just wanted a good spot in the zone. And they thought that this third party fight, this fight is already going on, so let's third party. Little did they know it was a cold war, because Stalwarts did not have enough players to stand in this battle. So that's the reason I think they decided to. It was not the worst possible call as it was in the previous game. But yeah, they could have done better. I mean, when they were trying to take this fight, they definitely could have done better. It does not happen. They did not take into the account that many different teams are just have their eye on this particular battle, and they just get completely eliminated because of it. But yeah, good closure of the game by the player of Team JMEX too. Although Rake will be able to get that knock with a vehicle blast and one confirmation, one knock onto the player of Team JMEX. But the revival will come in, and Rake also has to reset. So that's another problem. T2K, well, they are also being pushed in by the players of Team Mabetex. So Ring needs to support his teammate first and then maybe go for this fight.
Well, definitely is gonna be a choice for Mabetex Esports whether they decide to go ahead and take Leo up or if they invest into the fight. But in the meanwhile, they are gonna be able to pick one from the side of T2K as well, and Mabetex puts themselves in a better position into the fight. However, while this was going on, we did lose WOI 8 completely, and that's gonna be the 10th position. Not any placement points, but 6 frag points, good enough for the team to carry forward with. However, the situation does not look brighter for the other teams. Either Raw officials still surviving with all fours but has literally only 3 frag points. Mabetex Esports, one player is completely knocked. However, they do have 1 frag point which they just acquired onto T2K. But is that just all that they are going to be surviving with? This time it seems like it's going to be a low frag game overall. And that does not suit the situation of these players, because right now this was the time to seize the opportunity and make sure that you are able to close in the gap to topple some positions and find yourself in Livik. But it seems like they're just letting it slip away.
So they surely are letting it slip away, but the thing is, majority of the teams which we thought will show a good performance in this game have been eliminated. NBeSports being one of them, Stalwart Esports being the other one around, King of Spades as well. I thought these teams will show a better performance, but now this opens up shop for the other team. Let's see how do they pan out in the entire game. Now, Mafia Ninja, he thinks that the players have already crossed in. They are just on the opposite compound, so he is probably cooking a nade, just tosses it out as soon as he hears someone out. But Raw officials, the fight for them is to get inside the circle. And as soon as the circle shrinks in, they will now have to fight with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Now let's see if that fight goes in their favor or not.
Well, it definitely does not look like a very favorable situation just yet. But well, in the meanwhile, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming losing players make it easier for Raw officials to actually participate into the fight. However, Raw officials also soaking in quite a lot of damage. In the meanwhile, DRS trying to capitalize on the situation, still has all fours standing, still is trying to keep their position concealed, may have a great opportunity of third partying in multiple fights and acquiring frag points from their own. Well, in the meanwhile, are you going to be seeing Raw officials win this one? I don't think so. Every single exit point has been concealed, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is trying to walk in onto them, but the numbers are going to be a big no for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. With only one man surviving with half HP, this does not look possible. He has to run away.
That's what he's trying, but where will he go? That's the biggest question. So yeah, he essentially will be taken down. And with that, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be eliminated on the 9th rank. Not the end that they were hoping for. T2K though, they have a good angle onto the players of Team HVDC and are trying to take them down. Although HVDC are also struggling with the zone. So that's another thing that HVDC need to consider and get themselves into the zone as soon as possible. Ryuk, unfortunately, will fall to the zone. The one player log has been completely eliminated. T2K, they really have a good compound to hold. If you talk about the players of JMEX, they have to come up and maybe cross the road, which will definitely be a big nightmare to do.
Dreams and nightmares are being traded constantly between these teams, and with every single bullet there is someone who's losing hope and someone who's building more. In the meanwhile though, HVDC is going to be able to capitalize on that situation. T2K, even after being in a great situation, were in a fight which made them lose a couple of players down to the ground, but they're still going to be able to go ahead with the revival of their fallen comrade and also win the fight. In the meanwhile, also send Jane out to take care of Mabetex Esports. Beautiful. I am liking the aggression on this team right now. 9 already on board and will soon be able to convert it into a 2 digit. There it goes. Done.
Mabetex now constricted to one small wall, I'd say. Jane does not have any nades, otherwise they could have been just tossed over here to take down the entirety of Mabetex. But the next zone has forced a lot of teams to get into. One of them being JMEX. So that's not going to be a fun time for the JMEX. DRS also have to move in, but then the dip that there is, I'd call it the swimming pool, but it seems like to be a bunker underground that has that has an opening up top too. They can just use it, maybe get inside the zone, inside of it, and then try to take cover and fight it out against the remaining players. I think the only concern that they have will be the players of T2K. Seal won't show themselves, Soulless wouldn't show himself over there. And unless raw officials they just push and get that frag, grab that frag to their name, and then maybe pester the players of Team DRS down, they should have an easy time rotating inside the zone.
Well, definitely gonna be an easy time rotating, but then again, once you rotate into the zone, how are you gonna be holding your positions is gonna be one big question. In the meanwhile, Mabetex Esports does get taken down by T2K. It's gonna be the end of Mabetex, and with that, 4 frag points, actually 2 elimination points and 2 placement points is all they are able to acquire, and 4 in total. With that, we have top 5 teams surviving, out of which it seems like Raw officials and DRS are the ones with maximum numbers on board. Seal surviving with only 1, so that's going to be called off soon enough. The moment Raw officials realizes where Soulless is, he's going to be left soulless to begin with. In the meanwhile, though, Raw officials does have to take care of the fight with DRS as well, because now that DRS has started moving into the zone, they will be facing Raw officials sooner or later, and they aren't prepared for this fight just yet, considering they have not invested in any fights so far and the momentum isn't in their favor. But you never know, things can swap around. It's a battle royale after all.
Yeah, DRS. Let's see if they're able to get this fight, because Jiggle has an off angle over here, and even Malik is not expected. If he tosses an 8 though, that situation could change entirely. So DRS are playing around the ridge for now. They just want to poke and prod, get information, and are also falling back at the same time. I think they themselves are not sure about what to do. But now this is the final zone, so you really need to run towards the center of it. And we already have Soulless, who has that sort of pseudo compound to his name. Now, one of the players just falls to the zone. What? Delta just fell to the zone. Gyante gets that knock onto the player of T2K. Rig is down on the ground, and Rose wants to close the distance. But little does he know, there's a team on the right. Raw official might just come in with a third party anytime soon.
Raw officials definitely might seek that, sweet opportunity to go ahead and capitalize onto the player numbers. But in the meanwhile, so far, DRS still finds themselves in a safe enough position. They have lost a player, but are they going to be able to take many down to be able to actually survive with just 3? The lost player cannot be revived so far, it seems. But now it's going to be T2K that keeps dropping to the ground. In the meanwhile, they are able to secure one onto JMEX, but this opens up a third party situation for the side of DRS, which they are very ready to capitalize onto. T2K being fired at from 2 different directions with DRS and Raw officials, both them having their sights set onto T2K. And now with the damage of the nade, it's going to be a call for DRS to go ahead and finish the fight off. They are able to. They can conceal. And this makes us left with 3 literal teams, 2 of them running with 4 men each, and 1 single team with a single player being sealed. This situation can go any way. Either it is going to be Raw or it is going to be DRS. Depends on who gets sealed first. Okay, Raw has 1 knocked player. That's going to be a call for ammunition from the side of DRS. Will they march in is the question.
That's another knock onto Sky. And Jiggle also falls with Molly. This is a DRS game now. Malik, he is the only one surviving outside the zone, will get that frag confirmation. And DRS Gaming finally are able to get that chicken, and someone about us gets the perfect prediction.
Yes! Yes, I do. But well, I'm not going to take this credit away. DRS definitely deserved this chicken dinner. They were able to hold that fight for a really long time, and then finally invest when it was the right time. They have clearly shown how to pick your battles and how to win them right. With this winner chicken dinner, DRS makes their comeback start up, and they just have to continue with the momentum. With 8 eliminations and 18 total points, DRS acquires themselves some meal for the day.
Make it clap.
back everyone to PMPL SA Fall season of 2023. I'm your host Anna and with me on desk is Spades. Also, you could say the person with no correct predictions.
It's okay. I am just I'd say used to this now. I have casted PMPL Pakistan. I've casted PMPL South Asia Spray. Not even once I've got a prediction correct. So nothing new for me.
So all
Nothing
that
new.
experience adds up to nothing.
Yeah, nothing new for me. I just don't understand how these teams function. I think they'll be thinking laterally, they'll be thinking to win the game, and suddenly then a throw comes in. So I really cannot predict human behavior. But some way you can, some way even Shadow could have done it in the previous time. She got what 18, 19 correct predictions overall.
Oh,
Don't know how
nice.
does she do it. How do you do it? You just got this perfect prediction. When you said DRS, I was like, nah, that's another wasted prediction. But somehow, man, the gods were with them and they're able to convert this game entirely in their favor.
Absolutely. However, the maximum eliminations did happen for the side of T2K itself. With 4 eliminations on board, this team definitely put their players up there and also quite some numbers that they needed. With the great start that they had today, I feel like this was required and they were able to show up right when it was needed.
Yeah, well, that's true. And if we talk about the other players who had an impact in the game, Break as well from T2K Esports got 3 frags to his name. Woof Soulless and Turula. I mean, Soulless had to be there because he survived for such a long period of time and he is the one who plays Spoil Sport in the entire game for Raw. Because if he does not get that first knock, I don't think so DRS would have had in such an easy time. Although their utility was also very good, so they essentially might have to make it a 2v4 instead of a 1v4, which they should have anyways gotten. So yeah, DRS. Great job done by them. It's still a little less in terms of the frags that they got. Only 8 frags to their name, 18 points overall, and DRS is able to get that game. But yeah, obviously something is better than nothing. This will help them get away from the position where it was like, will they play the bonus or not?
Absolutely, and T2K following up pretty close behind with 4 placement points and 12 eliminations. That's a good number for the team to actually try and topple things down. I am pretty sure after this kind of a run, they will be finding themselves in a much better position. But yes, we still did not see much coming in from the side of Mabetex or DEADEYES guys. Even after surviving quite a lot, Mabetex wasn't able to get themselves the right amount of points for themselves. And ASL and Stalwart Esports again being one of the teams that literally lost way too early into the game. I just don't know how to put my words in here because Stalwart with that victory definitely made me feel like they're gonna be in a much better position today. But then the disappointment started flowing in.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was about it for the map of Miramar though. But now is the fun segment. The TDM segment is what we'll see over here. And I'm excited to see this game. TDM always is fun, except for the previous 2 days because I did not like TDM being played in the way it was. Super slow, went for the win for some reason, and they did not play it the way that it should have been according to me. But yeah, then again, there's a prize pool on the line, so these teams have to be competitive in this one as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, I feel like TDM is gonna be one of the games that is gonna be a much needed relief for the teams that actually are able to play it, because every single day we have only 2 teams that get to play this match. But that's definitely a good reset and a good test of individual brilliance, where you can decide on whether you're having a great day or not, and then decide on whether you should be the one going in for the entries or not. But well, today 2 of the teams that are literally running at the bottom of the leaderboard constantly for the day are gonna be fighting off in round 2. It's Stalwart Esports and ASL.
Hey, not at the bottom. ASL
They
might
are
be,
at the
but
bottom in
Stalwarts
today's
is there
games.
up. I think Stalwarts is
No.
there on 9-10th.
Yeah, on overall leaderboard, yes, but I'm saying according to the game, because yes,
Oh,
they had
okay,
one
the
victory, but
previous
since
game.
after that, yes, second game, third game, both games, these teams acquired the 15th and 16th positions, and I was like, okay, that's not what I was expecting. But yeah, they're definitely gonna have at least one winner going forward into the TDM. So let's take a look at the game itself and find out who is gonna be one to win this.
Team match.
Okay,
Let's go.
here we go. Stalwart Esports. For sure, they will be the ones preferred, I'd say. Because in terms of weapon advantage, not weapon advantage, sorry, in terms of weapon skills, obviously you'll prefer Stalwart Esports considering ASL does not show that much brilliance. So they are just again playing it slow and steady. IC is getting a few frags. ASL though also counter it with one. But then again, a very slow start to the game.
It's definitely quite a slow game, and I do not expect TDM to be as slow as these teams make it to be. This prize pool is definitely asking them to actually go out of their way and choose the kind of playstyle that is not really, aligning with the way they're used to of playing TDMs. But well, what do you complain about? Because after all, they are acquiring equalizers and then the lead. I mean, even after Stalwart, the preferred one, I see ASL climbing up.
Yeah, ASL they had that 3. Now make it 5-point lead over here because I see action both fall once again. Sleepy moving in from the right hand side. They've already sent the players of team Stalwart once back to the base. Will it be the second time around is the question. Sleepy again throws in a few shots, gets that frag, 6-point lead. They're just increasing it one by one.
Absolutely, one after the other. There is a lot of chances coming in for the side of ASL Domination, and they are dominating every single time. I am literally seeing players teaming up to try and find that frag, but in the meanwhile, Stalwart will be able to single-handedly deal with quite a few situations. It is low HP, but trying to get this kill is gonna be risky, and it was. Gets a shutdown onto ASL itself. However, the lead still stays in their pockets. They have 4-point lead, and that's good enough.
Cheeky angles is what Gangsta is trying to make over here. He just has that information, relays it out, and that's what the players of ASL are using to their advantage. Look at this. IC gets another frag. They brought down the lead back to just 2 points, Stalwart. Now that's a great attempt over here. Action, whiffing a few shots, but then finally taking down Sleepy. And lead down to just 1 point over here.
Yup, the lead has been squeezed in quite a bit from the side of Stalwarts, and now they have literally equalized the points with another knock coming onto ASL. Stalwart Esports finally being sneaky and picky with the fights they are going to be investing into, but then again, the numbers keep rolling left and right. Both the teams constantly chasing each other one after the other and trying to establish a domination, but then again getting shattered down constantly. This is getting very critical, considering that there is a prize pool on the line. Teams are definitely not taking this as a fun game at all.
ASL was 6 points ahead at 1 point, and after that the scorelines have been equalized. Great recovery from the side of Team Stalwart Esports. Action, a little bit of a overcommitment onto that angle has made him completely gone out of the game. The trades again do happen, but ASL find themselves in a lead.
The lead is going to be good enough and celebratory enough for the side of ASL, because with 3 points on the back, they have already acquired 50% of the goal. 40 is the number that you chase for, and you've already acquired 21. That's good enough. There's still quite a lot of time on the clock. It's 6.5 minutes, so even if they try to play it slow, they are going to have enough time to continue with the lead. And I think that is what ASL was planning, but then Stalwarts comes in and ruins the whole plan for ASL. Now, with the lead getting shrunk constantly, ASL cannot really bid on the fact that they can just stay in the lead and win that way. So they are going to be participating into the fights constantly, trying to make sure that the numbers, even though get added to the side of Stalwart, get traded as well from the side of ASL.
Look at Nizet, cooking a nade. I think he knows where Chari is. But then Gangsta pushes in onto action and gets that frag. Even Tops goes down. I see not aware that Gangsta is wrapping all around him. So Gangsta just makes an opening over here for ASL. And another 4-point lead over here that has been secured by this team.
Well, this lead is definitely capitalizing on. Now it's a 5-point lead, and ASL is constantly trying to surmount onto Stalwart Esports, even after being one of the teams that is completely challenged when it comes to going into the generic games that we have. ASL definitely is trying to dominate into the TDM segment that we have included. But yeah, with the 3-point lead, they are still looking good enough. But are they going to be able to capitalize is a big question, because the lead is closing down constantly. Stalwart Esports trying to invade the private space of ASL and literally walking right into their homes to go ahead and completely take away the frags.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports, they are down 3 points, and look at the passive approach that they've taken. They just want the players of Team ASL to commit over here. Tops gets a really cheeky angle, and Assassin as well is able to manage a frag from that position. Suddenly, the game which was looking in the control of ASL has just been brought back by the players of Stalwart.
Well, Stalwart finally trying to go ahead and acquire the equalizer. Right now, it's going to be a difficult situation for IC, though. Rest of the team is not there to support him out into this fight. And even though we keep talking about individual points, it seems like coordination is something that Stalwart is relying on. However, the numbers keep rolling in the favor of ASL. Will the equalizer come in? Can Tops do it? It's going to be one big question that ASL is prepared to answer. However, action in the meanwhile does get a balance and the lead as well.
Yeah, they get the lead for the very first time. Stalwart Esports 32-31 is what they have in their favor. 8 more frags is what they need to just be the victors out of this game. Now ASL have gone very passive. Whichever team just loses the lead, they're like, yeah, we'll just camp spawn. We will try to throw in some extra shots from this particular angle, maybe win it out. That's what they're trying to do. Now Gangsta has an aid in his hand. It won't give any value because Tops is present nowhere near that particular area. And Stalwart as well, they are happy to just sit back and relax, but as soon as action goes, once again the scoreline has just been neutralized.
On an equalizer, it definitely becomes important for both the teams to actually go ahead and start initiating fights, because the lead is definitely required for going forward with, even if you want to play it on time. But yeah, considering the numbers are so close to the end, it seems like we are going to be closing with 40 frags onto one team. Which one it is going to be, that's still unanswered. That's still a mystery that we're going to have to seek out of here. However, Stalwart Esports right now taking constant damage and still surmounting on numbers, because ASL, even after damage, isn't able to convert it into frag points just yet.
The nade did soften up one of the players of Team ASL, but there's no follow-up. So still Stalwart, they have that lead, 36 points to their name, whereas ASL only have 35. But that lead is not huge. And now IC is playing that rat game inside warehouse, where he has support from left hand side with through action. Right is what Stalwart needs to watch, and there's a he is trying to do so. Now Gangsta's position is known probably. IC goes in for a little bit of a pre-fire, does not connect anything out. Look at Sleepy's position. Spotted, and IC is able to land those shots. 37th one. Can Stalwart get 3 more? They have that opportunity. A couple of frags over there for IC. One away Stalwart Esports from closing this game out.
Exactly, and that's putting pressure onto ASL, but they're trying to close in still. With that crossfire created from the side of ASL, they're 1 away from equalizer and 2 away from the victory. Let's see who is able to take this one out, because yesterday we did see a comeback happen. Will ASL be able to make it happen today? Will the comeback be repeated? Will the history be repeated? It was just as close yesterday as well. But is today a similar day? Is going to be one thing we are looking forward to see. Stalwart Esports actually already in a great position to make sure that he is able to nade out any player that tries to aggress towards him. But will that nade the complete elimination just result in something?
That's just damage. No value with the damage. Now Action has that 3x in such a close range battle. Switches to the red dot and lands the final blow. Gangsta overpeaking a little bit. Stalwart getting the final frag, and that is the team we expected to win. And even after being down 6 points, this team is able to come back in the game overall.
Yup, and that's quite some victory for the side of Stalwart Esports. Start was great for the side of ASL, but then Stalwart was able to convert the game into their favor, and they marched themselves right into round 3. However, there's quite a few teams that still have to, qualify for round 3, and once that happens, we will be seeing how teams are able to navigate into that particular area, because there's still going to be 4 matches in round 3, and still at least, I guess, 7 remaining for round 2 itself. It's going to be long. Maybe watch.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it for sure is going to be a long run, but yeah, that's about it for Arena. Now we will be moving to that next map of Sanhok, and this is an interesting one because the teams from Group B will be sitting this one out. ACDE will be playing this game over here. And let's see, man, Sanhok. Who is lucky is what I'll say. Not skilled, but who is lucky? That's what we'll have to see. And essentially, if you're able to use the luck properly, you will be able to get that chicken in your favor.
Exactly. So it's about time that every team starts to go ahead and rub their genie jars, because there is definitely going to be some requirement for make-a-wish situations in Sanhok. But yeah, you just got to see if the plane path comes in your favor and pray that the circle comes in your favor, because that's the 2 things that are going to decide a lot in Sanhok. And then going forward from there, it's all about who is able to prone better, because that's how Sanhok is played.
Yeah, well, Sanhok is going to be an interesting map overall. Usually the plane part does not matter at all. It's like you can just drop anywhere that you like. It does not matter if the plane path is all the way south, you can go all the way north. If it's all the way north, you can go all the way south. It's a very small map, fight oriented map. Rarely you'll see vehicles being utilized too for rotation. So that's again another one of those things which you really need to keep in mind. Although the new meta, in some regions I've seen buggy as a vehicle that is being used by the players. Although it's not as commonly spawned as the other maps, it's very difficult to find 4 different buggies in this particular map of Sanhok. We'll have to run around all these roads in straight manner to get that vehicle. So that's something I'd like to see, if we again see some team picking up those vehicles, trying to rotate with them, and then moving inside the circles.
Absolutely, I'm definitely gonna keep my eye out for that because it's definitely gonna be interesting considering that the teams do get the sound cues quite
Hmm.
a lot of distance across because the map is completely small and there's a lot of teams that drop in into particular spots onto the map and there's a lot of open area as well. So we'll see how the vehicle use turns out. But I'm
Hmm.
definitely looking for any teams that are gonna be going in for ghillie suits because they
Oh
offer it a
yes.
lot. That's literally extra weapon for you. You can conceal yourself and then suddenly be like, surprise, I've revealed myself. It's a lot of struggle. So
Yeah,
ghillie
well,
suits.
ghillie
Yeah.
suits is something we haven't seen till now. So would love to see if that is a thing that gets used anytime soon or not. But yeah, let's jump into the action. Let's jump into the game and let's see if any of these teams is able to first of all get the ghillie suit. Which won't be the first thing on mind, but a draw fights will be the first thing on the mind. And let's see if we do see any fights happening around Paradise and around the boot camp.
So let's see. Bootcamp is going to be again in reach. Like, okay, in Sanhok, definitely everything is in reach. But when specifically if you talk about, players trying to navigate from flight path, bootcamp definitely becomes the first spot to drop on. It's so close by every single time. No matter what plane path you're choosing for, bootcamp just becomes very easy to drop onto. Stalwart generally makes use of that fact, but let's see if this time they're going to have any challenging position coming into them because I do see one more team fluttering around. However, they're just gonna pass this by. Why no drop clashes on boot camp is my question. Like it's been 4 days. I want to see drop clashes on boot camp. Leave drop clashes. We're seeing no fights on boot camp because Torwood gets there, acquires their loot, and then starts moving forward. They don't stay there for long. So that's again, boot camp getting wasted. To be very honest, it's a huge area and it's a very comfortable area to peek in into fights from. But still, nobody tries to participate into boot camp. Well, let's see how it
Mhm.
turns out. But Fritz, this time I feel like Deadeye's guys have huge area to themselves to actually navigate across. Like the northwestern island is completely theirs.
Deadies guys are for sure in a strong spot, but the same cannot be said for these teams over here. ASL and Leo, these teams are on the bottom chart and now are fighting amongst each other. So the team coming out on top will definitely be in a good spot. Gangsta is being run over by 4 different players of Team Leo from 2 different angles. So it's not going to be easy at all for Gangsta to survive. Now he is still proning down behind his bed. And for how long can he survive? Answer: not long. Because he'll be instantly taken care of and the frag will be secured.
Well, there's definitely a lot that has happened with that first track getting taken down from the side of ASL. Again, it seems like ASL does not have a good day today at all. None of the matches could they acquire anything, not even in the TDM, and this just does. It's just salt to the wound. It's just salt to the wound, fuel to the fire. It's not looking good for ASL. But well, in the meanwhile, Leo definitely is going to be happy with that first track. But last time the Leo had the first track, they could not carry it forward into the game and they were literally taken down soon enough. Let's see if this time is going to be different because again, being Sanhok, it's completely dependent on how your luck goes around.
Hmm. Let's see. Again, IHC is also in a fight against the players of Team Seal this time around. So Seal, they do get a few frags here and there. I'm sorry, IHC get a few frags here and there, and Seal left just complaining and whining about another player falling down. So there's not much they can do about it. But yeah, zero for now from Mabetex. Still just sneaking around, trying to spot the players of Team BID. 90-degree, still up top that particular hill, and let's see BIT how do they want to play it out, because Mabetex has good information, and it's the only reason he's not firing right now because Zero is all alone. So he just does not want to give away his position and maybe risk the play of getting eliminated. So he's just surviving, making sure that all the 4 players of Team Mabetex just play this particular game properly.
Let's see if Mabetex is going to be able to find that for themselves. In the meanwhile, BITX CMF Definitely trying to look for the lucky shots that they can here, because when it comes to actual skills, they are definitely not able to make the best just yet, at least not today. They have had a good day for themselves, but they have to continue having more and more better opportunities for themselves, at least stay above average, because right now it's seeming like their points do not replicate their reputation. But well, just as I say that, PITX CMFF starts losing players.
A little unfortunate, I'd say. BIDX CMF. They were hoping for a good game, but till now they haven't been able to do much. Let's see. On the other hand, stronger fake love right now. If we talk about this team, for now they probably want to just push in, get that frag onto their opponents, play that third party role. Although that's not the case. They just hear these fights happening outside their area of interest, and I like, yeah, let that thing just happen on its own. Teams are just fighting amongst each other. They will eliminate, and then we'll probably try to take them down at a later stages of the game. So yeah, Seal on the other hand, there's fight with IHC is not going the way as Seal wanted. They just got one frag to their name, and T2K tried to third party. Now XMPL is down on the ground, but the good thing is at least Jane was present to get that trade.
Exactly, Jane has definitely done the job, but yeah, it's gonna have a lot that needs to be done before Seal is able to march in. There is IHC as well in the proximity, so the revival has to happen soon enough for T2K to take care that Zerl does not go ahead and acquire any frags right now. There is gonna be constant rotation coming in with the vehicle to make sure that IHC Zerl is constantly delusion and
Mm-hmm.
decepted into taking the fights that are not beneficial for him. And with that, ISCCL will also be shut down, and T2K will be placed in a position where they can acquire themselves a position of two frags with all four members surviving, because the revival was already put in a illusionistic manner.
T2K, they get two frags to their name. They haven't eliminated the entire. Oh, never mind. They just have. I thought one of these teams had been already eliminated, but it's IHC to fall first. Yeah, Seal get two, T2K get two. That's a fair trade. I'd say that T2K will be happy to get. No problems whatsoever for T2K. One of their players was knocked out, but yeah, he will be brought back into the game, and they will be continuing forward with this particular advantage. I'd say that they have.
Well, they definitely do have advantage on themselves, and it's gonna be easier to convert forward with. But then again, T2K with this win will be able to topple quite a lot of things. They are definitely looking forward for this win, because if this happens, they can find themselves playing Livik. That's gonna be a good enough position, because that's one thing that you want to be comfortably relying upon, considering that T2K will be having the opportunity to play the fifth map as well. They are looking good so far. In the meanwhile, however, if you talk about Stalwart Esports, even after a great victory, they haven't had a good run in the remaining maps. So this is going to be one that they want to really capitalize. But look at the positioning. There's already Leo, as well as DEADEYES guys, as well as DE Venom. All three surmounting right at the position of Stalwart. One day, when they decide not to leave bootcamp completely alone, they get attacked onto it.
Stalwart. I mean, they still have that upper ridge advantage, so that's one of those things that they'll be probably happy about. But yeah, there's a needs to reset, so should be should not be a problem for now. Domi just throwing a few shots here and there, hoping to get any sort of connection that he can, maybe just dish out damage. Because I'd say even if Deadies guy is Venom DE though, get even two knocks from this position, there's no way that they can push up and get those frags for themselves because it's just too far away without a vehicle. Now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are slowly and steadily approaching the players of Team T2K this time around. So, Turulov, Jay, and Drake, all these players have to be careful. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be a little bit difficult to be dealt with. They just take a vehicle, they just rotate away. And even SKYLIGHTZ get third partied. So, yeah, Seal, for some reason with three players, they are still taking some shots. Mabetex is the team of choice for now. But yeah, Soulless will make sure he does not expose himself too much to the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ, as that is also another team that you'll need to be considered about.
Exactly. You do got to make sure that you're not falling prey to any of the teams that are trying to contend onto their own spots. In the meanwhile, the circle does take a centralized shift. It's slightly northern, but that's almost centralized. And it's going to be an easy run for most of the teams, except for the very awaited BITX CMF. Finally, I'm able to use the letters in the right order as they are on the name. And when I do that, they finally make it back into the circle as well. But it's a long rotation. I'm not very sure of how long this can take the team, because they've already lost players, and they're also not looking in the best situation when it comes to the particular fight that they eventually participate in. However, currently, Mabetex Esports, even after having the height advantage, is taking damage from the side of Seal.
Yeah, Seal. I mean, they have that lower ground, so they should respect Mabetex over here. What they're doing is they're just taking damage on their helmets and vest, which will essentially weaken them for the late fights that they'll have to that they'll have to take. So it is better to not peek that particular angle back and forth, and just so I just stay over here unless the zone forces you to move out. That's when you start to poke and prod and maybe take fights on some different direction. Skylights on the other hand, all sticking together, just making sure that the nearby angles are completely clear and they're not caught off guard by any of these teams. And still 15 teams surviving, 57 players. The map will shrink in the next 10 seconds. Oh, in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds. And then these teams will be put in a little bit of a troublesome situation. But yeah, for now, all of them just chilling around.
Well, the chilling around moment is definitely gonna pass soon enough, and in that much time, you definitely gotta find out what exactly you're gonna do. Make sure that you have your eyes onto the kill field, just to have an idea of what areas are gonna be open to invasion for you, because that's gonna be one key factor on deciding which fights you can actually participate in and which you cannot. However, in the meanwhile, we can definitely see teams trying to run around with the vehicles. We were already discussing that, and with the vehicles already, with the information, T2K is gonna barge right onto King of Spade, but then fall back right in time because there isn't much support just yet. Gotta wait for the rest of the players to come in.
Yeah, T2K. They are also on foot, so this rotation will never be easy because they'll have to consider a lot of different angles. But that's a free frag that you'd like to get, and Rig will confirm it. So that's a good thing. Oh, never mind. I thought it was a free frag, but it was, I think, Jane who got that knock. So Mabetex, yes, in a difficult situation. Let's see how do they deal with this.
It's definitely a difficult situation to deal with, but Mabetex is gonna find themselves a way, considering they do have players spread around. Even if they're not able to win the fight, they will definitely have a survivor who is going to be able to take care of position points. Victory is still something that I'm not expecting for Mabetex just yet, considering their positioning as of now. Stalwart still holding on right below bootcamp, and on to bootcamp, the current kings are going to be Leo. However, I feel like there is going to be a new fight coming in between ASL and Leo, which can be taken their way, but stronger fake love. In the meanwhile, the mollies and the nades. This is a lot of utility being dumped, and that is a lot of players getting taken away.
STFL in a difficult situation, in a difficult spot, but let's see how do they deal with it. They will lose one of the players. The nade connects onto Ryuk, and that's a knock that I think STFL were looking for. They will essentially evade the entire compound and bring their player back up with the revival. But yes, HVDC, a good job done by them in terms of executing into this particular compound. Reefa has already spotted that flank coming in from Aero, but HVDC will reset and get, I think, some more frags to their name overall.
Well, HVDC, with the number of attacks that they have, will be able to find themselves in a better position, but being able to give Sanchit the time to actually heal up is going to be essential, and he does. Now they can actually march right onto the faces of stronger fake love. If they are pretty awful about the position of Dobu, they will be in a much better situation.
Oh,
However,
the
getting this
zone.
frag itself does make it better, but the zone and the damage, both of the things going against STR, and as well for the side of HVDC as well. No, no, no. This was supposed to be a one battle for HVDC, but they don't survive this. Well, not going to be a very beneficial trade for the side of stronger fake love either, but then again, it was supposed to be a battle and they lose it.
Yeah, I mean, just attempting it was very confusing for me, for HVDC, because they knew that they'll have to essentially move inside the zone, and you still decided to just, engage into this battle. A little bit confusing, but I do hope that HVDC, they make sure that they do not repeat these sort of mistakes in the future. For now, though, Seal, they will be the ones who will be taking the advantage of the weekend STFL who are trying to get inside the zone. Shots fired, Soulless and Kirito will get 1 frag each. Overall, 4 frags for that particular team. Looking happy for now.
Absolutely, and no fear from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will also be able to take some damage. However, that is going to be rewarding one because in exchange he does get a frag, and now the second one, putting SG in a much better position. T2K losing players is definitely looking good for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but they themselves are not in a very good position because right now damage onto SKYLIGHTZ Gaming itself is coming in from this recently rotated team, and now they are looking like it's gonna be just no fear alone doing the heavy lifting for the team one more time. Repeated history. Like how many times? I don't know.
Mabetex, Giro, Desert, Volley, all 3 players still surviving inside the 4th circle, but the next 20 seconds are going to be crucial because there'll be a lot of teams trying to get inside the zone, and if you try to come out boot camp, King of Spades is waiting with both their arms open. They grab 2 frags, maybe 1 frag and 1 knock, but I think they'll just be pushing in very, very soon to get the final frag too. DRS on the other hand are fighting against the players of Team 4MB. Now that's a fight I'd like to see. Please, if you can just run towards that particular battle.
DRS definitely must be in slight trouble going against 4MB, but as of now, the stats do make it look like 4MB is taking a lot of damage. In the meanwhile, DRS still manages to survive. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming though gets taken down completely, and now King of Spades hold boot camp alongside Leo. 2 teams in same area and one of the best areas to take fights in. Let's see which one comes out as the winner. Third approaching. Is that okay? Bad Intentions also approaching the same exact spot.
Yeah, well, why not? Because it seems to be a bootcamp zone. You cannot be certainly sure about that because 4 more zones are yet to come. But then bootcamp being such a big area, especially for the teams outside of it, on the extremities rotating around bootcamp is super easy. You just need a few smokes and some good coordination to get inside the zone. So that's something you can use to your advantage. Now, just a second ago, we saw 4MV, one of the players being taken down by DRS, but now 4MV just answered right back. They've taken down one of the players of DRS. Probably the reset will come in, the revival will come in, and DRS will also be back with 4 players standing. But yeah, all these teams fighting a cold war for now.
This Cold War definitely looks like a frozen icicle because it has fallen right onto the heads of the Venom. As of now, raising the heat bars, raising the temperature, they're walking into a fight with ASL and making ASL lose even after ASL being in the advantageous situation into the fight. Numbers will keep D Venom rising, and with 2 frags, 1 man loss, it's not a very profitable trade. But then again, making sure that you are able to survive into some position points will put them in a good enough situation. In the meanwhile, 4MB though, making sure that T2K is taken down and then trying to invest into a fight with Stalwart as well. DRS, however, in the fight hasn't lost a single player, and that's good for DRS.
4MB though, look at this. East has a good angle onto the players of Team Stalwart Esports. Wanted to take some shots, wanted to get that knock, although that's not going to be the case. But now moving inside the zone is a big thing that the players of Team 4MB have to do. 70 meters, it's not a big distance, but then there are a lot of teams fighting around this area. On the other hand, Venom, as soon as they left their compound, they're completely eliminated. East is down on the ground, so the revival has to be attempted over here, and that's exactly, I think, what 4MV is going for. But this is stage 5 zone. Do you think this revival is possible, Ahana?
I do not at all. But in the meanwhile, Nate's coming, making 4MB and Stalwart Esports both worried because DRS is the one who's gonna survive with all 4 alive, putting 4MB and STE both in a man disadvantage. Finally, one of their own knocked as well. Gyante has to be revived as soon as possible. However, it's not going to be easy considering that Mirzed alongside Akaz and IC is up for the fight, and the zone is going to push in with 1 man destroyed. They are going to have to run away as quickly as possible in the circle, and that's going to make it even harder for DRS to walk out of here scotch-free.
Gyante is out of the game. Rules kill about it. Let's see if their luck is good enough for them to not get shot at by the players of team. I think Leo Esports in the background. Okay, no, DEADEYES, guys. let's see if TDK is able to make it, if DRS is able to make it safe too. I mean, Sussex just takes some shot, the trades are happening. Yet Auto also gets a frag onto Slayer, so, and all these teams are out in the open, just hoping and thinking and just praying that let them please inside the zone. That's not being allowed. Sussex will get that confirmation. And yes, even though Slayer is down, the revival is being thrown in. And DEADEYES guys will be back with all the 4 players standing.
DEADEYES guys currently looking good enough with all 4 players standing. They are definitely in a very advantageous situation. But King of Spades definitely look like the team to look out for in this particular match. Stalwart Esports right now still struggling to find all the players and the healing that needs to be done onto them. However, DEADEYES guys, very sure of the trajectory of their motion, are looking good enough to go forward with. In the meanwhile, Play Zone takes HVDC completely out of the game. A team that required the victory loses out on the chance again.
Ooh, 4MV, though that's an ambitious attempt. Apex and Dog, the only 2 players, they just slam into one of these compounds out of boot camp and are able to acquire it for now. Now, they shouldn't be as comfortable as they'd like to be because nades can come in at any time, at any point of time, and they might essentially be eliminated out of this game, but at least there's an attempt. Now, Doc is cooking a nade of his own, throws it out. There was nobody inside that particular shaft over there, so nobody will be eliminated. But yeah, 4MV, even with just 2 players standing on, they have been able to get themselves up to top 6.
Absolutely, that's what 4MV does. Now, third frag point added to them as well. They are looking good and are going to be able to acquire the minimum number of points that they're looking for in no time at all. With that, Stalwart Esports trying to fight against King of Spades. That aggression from King of Spades did not go rewarded. It was no mercy moment coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports. Took one down, trying to take another. And in the meanwhile, DEADEYES guys losing players as well. Top 6 teams survive, out of which DEADEYES guys, one with 4 players all on board, suddenly becomes with just one able to take the fight.
Ooh, KS. Let's see if they are able to win this battle or not. I mean, Mamba is trying to reset, but Deathstorm and ExoX have also to be brought back into the game. Pre-firing around the corner. Just try to punch the players of Team Stalwart Esports a little bit, but Leo Esports from the main bootcamp building are able to get that one frag to their name. Now, the revival was successful, but King of Spades perfectly third-partied. Doc, he has been spotted down by the player of Leo Esports. One by one, Leo is getting those frags and essentially asserting domination over the other teams.
Absolutely. So far, it seems like Leo is going to be able to capitalize on the numbers. So far, Stalwart Esports, 4MV, DEADEYES guys, all in trouble. Nobody in the position to take any fights. HP is low. Capitalization is required. If the kill feed was read right, Leo must be aware that inside must be Doc, who has just been revived and not able to take a fight just yet. The nade will be tossed. No resultant just yet to it. And that's going to hold it out for a while. He goes back in with that shotgun. The timing is optimal.
The support is also there. I mean, Leo, they are playing as a team. Yetauta, though, now is isolated. So let's not about that battle. Let's not about that fight. You should be well and good. Leo Esports are the ones favored. 50% chances of getting this chicken, and why not? The way that they've capitalized the main building, the way they've transitioned out of it has just been awesome. 8 players, 4 teams remaining. Now Leo will just charge in onto Apex. There is a shotgun, but how many does it get? It just gets 1, but the confirmation is also there. Nobody follows up. Nobody follows up in time, and Leo lose a player.
They did lose a player, but there's still gonna be a player up against the team they're fighting off. Stalwart with 2, Leo with 3. The numbers are there.
It only needs one good nade from Stalwart Esports to be in an advantageous position. So Leo have to be aware about that. And in terms of throwable utility, Yetauta only has that 1 flash remaining. Hasn't looted through, so not going to be an easy thing at all. Making sure that the vehicle around him is bursted so that he can use it as cover fire. Action, throwing in some nades, hoping to get any sort of knocks, which he won't be able to. But now, was exposed for a very long period of time. But Liquid was not able to make the most out of the situation. The smokes have concealed Tops's location for now. Another molly being attempted by Action in the top floor. But the good thing for Leo is nobody is in that particular floor. So they are just hoping that the players of Stalwart Esports will just give away to them and be eliminated. Now Yetauta has to move. He has to maybe push towards the broken wall or maybe get inside the compound. That's a decision he has to make. Decides to push the wall. Nova spotted. Dogs get that first frag. Through the smoke, he's able to get one, but the trade is there for Liquid. It's
both
all
the
down
players
to
are
action.
bouncing.
The S12K misses a shot. Misses most of his shot. An action. He just punished the players of Team Leo Esports because of that wave. And I think they are the ones who got that chicken dinner.
Absolutely. It definitely seems like Stalwart was able to make it one more time into the game. Greatly performed. Well done. And with that winner chicken dinner, Stalwart finds themselves the second. And on the overall leaderboard, has acquired the second position. That's absolutely tremendously beautiful. 8 eliminations, 18 points, and second position. Great done.
Make it clap.
A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Hello and welcome back everyone to PMPL SA 2023 Fall Season. I'm your host Ahana and with me on desk is Spades. Buddy, we've seen some tremendously, absolutely bonkers game today.
Yeah.
Because this one was again something you would like to keep alongside the lights of what you said about bad intentions.
Yeah, you said phenomenal games. I said
I
disastrous
said-
games. I don't agree with that point. These
Okay.
days, full of funny moments, I'd say. Bad intentions, throwing, great job. Leo Esports. Now, I entirely cannot call it throw because there was a big whiff involved. So essentially, it was an unfortunate moment, I'd say. But that cannot be an excuse for what I've just seen. 3 players, one of them gets knocked with a nade, fine. I did not see how the other one got knocked out, but it was probably again with another nade that Action threw early on, or the player of Stalwart threw early on. But that big wave when the player's not looking at you, you have an S12K. I mean, I could have registered it in my mind if it was an M4. I could have taken it into account that the spray did not connect and it was a literal shotgun made for the exact same thing and you're not able to do it. And then you just got shown how to use it. Yeah, it was devious on the other hand, but still man, Stalwart Esports stealing another chicken from the pockets of Leo Esports.
Exactly, and 4MB stealing another elimination point from all the other teams. 6 eliminations onto Doc. Again, the guy with the MVP stats for himself. 646 damage. Not exactly what you expect for a person with 6 eliminations, but okay. Works out for him. Works out for us. Greatly done. Well done by Doc.
Yeah, and if you talk about the top players of the entire game, Doc, yes, 6 frags. He has definitely brought 4 MV, some good number of points. But the other players, Yadauta from Leo, Action from Stalwart, Tops from Stalwart, Jane from T2K, these also are some of the players that had an overall impact in the entire game.
Jane, even after 5 frags, had only 449 damage. That's a lot of steel that I can whiff around there. But well, according to the match rankings, it's got to be 18 points on Stalwart Esports with 8 eliminations and 10 placement points, putting them on second position. But you know who's at first. It's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes with 12 more points added to their total. That's a lot of leap that they are constantly
Wow.
marching on to. 15 in the last one, 12 in this. That's 27 in itself. Oh goodness, what is this team even doing? It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, always in top 5. In every map they play, they somehow get in top 5. So that's a great thing for them. Leo Esports as well, 13 points will definitely help them get out of the deep depths of the points table. Now, SKYLIGHTZ not the best possible game, STFL, all the other teams on this particular chart did not have a good game. The best thing about this game was that nobody got eliminated on 0 points. And that's something I'm thankful for. So everybody was like, they got something or the other.
Absolutely. And DRS got a taste of both worlds. They won the last match and now they are literally on the 16th position. How do you manage to do that? I have no idea. I really expected to see DRS take a leap, but they could not. And in the overall standings, can you believe it? It's a 46-point difference.
But check this out. Because of which team? It's Stalwart Esports who made a comeback. They were 9th, I think, or maybe 8th in the previous time that we saw this overall standing. And now these 2 good games have just put them again back to, I think, where they belong. That fight between the first spot and the second spot has been ongoing for a very long period of time, from seasons, I'd say. But it's usually Stalwarts on the second spot. They see it just seems to be that they cannot get ahead of 4 MV overall. So that has been one of the situations over here. And also you need to consider the fact that Stalwart Esports have played all of their games. Now no more games are available for Stalwart Esports, and 4MV still has another map to play. Now these things will essentially, put the players of Team 4MV in a better spot.
That sure will happen. That sure will happen. But in the meanwhile, we did see Raw officials march their way into the first page. That's gonna be kudos to them after consistent performance in so many matches. I was hoping that they do it, and they did. Leo Esports falling short of just 3 points to make it into top 12, and they do not have another match. So it's sure that Leo Esports, alongside Bad Intentions, these two are going to be teams that are definitely not going to make it into Livik, because they're all falling short of 12th rank, and that's just what you can acquire, and they've already played all of their games as well. So no toppling that can happen for them anymore. But yeah, it seems like this last Erangel will give a chance to everyone else other than Leo and the other team that I mentioned from the bottom 8 to actually try and go back into the top 12. But that's about 8. One last shot at trying for Livik.
One last shot it is, yes. This final map of Erangel will decide if you're able to play this particular map or not, because it's only top 12 teams that will be playing it out. So now this map of Erangel, makes even more sense. So this has to be a very close game for all of these teams. Leo Esports are out because, they're on the 13th spot and have already played all their 20 games for this week. They won't be able to get another match. So being on the 13th spot won't cut it off. So
Exactly.
that's a team that won't be playing this particular game. The other teams, small chances. DRS again, it's a very slim chance. You need to get a chicken with good points to make sure that you're in top. Also hope that the other teams also do not get a good game.
Yes.
So the permutations and combinations are just close to infinite, I'd say, right now. And you can only hope and pray that DRS qualify, but it's going to be a very close call. That too, if they're able to get a chicken. If they get eliminated early, well, that's GG for them.
Absolutely. There's a lot that's running on for the teams, specifically the ones that could not qualify for top 12 just yet and have one last chance remaining. However, the ones who have already played all 20 and still are in the bottom part of top 12 would still be slightly worried. The
Yes.
only teams that can literally relax are going to be our top 5s, because they can definitely not be toppled at all. But soon enough, we will see our players ready to march right into the match of Erangel.
Let's go. And I already saw so far military base over here. So this plane path is definitely going to be interesting. Starting from military base, I think going all the way up to Georgia Pole. and this plane path will help all these teams out here. I rarely see any team, choosing Lipovka or Mansion or Prison as the primary drop, because these are the only spots that won't be available because of a plane path like this.
True that. I'm still trying to recall which team generally goes to Solver and Kamishki because they are definitely going to have a slight difficulty. But I'm definitely hoping that they have some alternate drop locations as well, considering that they have such a far away drop location to begin with. But in the meanwhile, 4MB having their fun time again, getting their drop location right under the map. First team to drop, first team to capitalize. Let's see if this is going to be an easy run because this time Stalwart isn't playing, so they do not have to worry about early elimination that has happened to them once before. But yeah, DRS is going to stay in the periphery.
Whew. uh, no Repnoy, huh? That's an interesting drop. Stalwart not playing this game is what let the players of DRS have that freedom to go in that spot. Now that's a good thing. That's a good read by the players of Team DRS. They will enjoy that early loot. But the zone is not with them. The zone just goes all the way north and says, "Yeah, guys, you do one good thing, but we'll punish you for it. You need to be very quick with your rotation."
Absolutely. With slight south of Siverny being the center of the circle, the zone has gone all the way north, making it slightly easy for teams going to Zarki. That is going to be Mabetex Esports and I8WO, which is going to be in close proximity around there. King of Spades already almost inside the circle. T2K again in a very good situation. They have once before acquired a victory on such a situation. Will they be able to replicate? Is going to be the question because this is important.
That surely is a big question. Now, wow, it's a very, I say, weird drop that has been taken by the players of ASL. This, I now remember the old Fnatic when they used to be in India. That's the drop that they used to take, and well, let's see if ASL is able to replicate the performance that they were able to do. So it's a very interesting drop to say the least, but it usually helps you to rotate very quickly towards military base or Novo Repnoy if that's where the zone ends. And this is, I'm noticing this for the very first time because usually we do see a lot of teams around here, so I'm not able to see what ASL does. But HVDC not being in Pochinki, no player around the south side of Pochinki as well. Now I see what ASL is trying to do with the drop position, and it's a very interesting strat over here.
Absolutely. We'll see how much they are able to capitalize because today hasn't been a great day for ASL overall, and being able to make it into Livik is going to be one big thing in their hands. But in the meanwhile, wait a second. Stronger Fake Love gets taken out completely by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming because right now these three players are in a very, very tight situation considering that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is definitely on to the way to mounting up, but T2K becomes an unknown savior by taking a player down from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They unknowingly help Stronger Fake Love.
Now T2K, they have all these shots, I think, and would love to maybe capitalize on it. They've already got one frag through Rig, so that's a good thing. But Jane, now I don't exactly know the number, but it's a revolver. It's R189, something like that. But that revolver has got that one knock onto the player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Nima has been brought back up, and SKYLIGHTZ, they will have to, well, play the remainder of the game with only 3 players surviving.
Early loss of numbers is definitely not going to help climb back up across Stalwart Esports. But well, they can definitely make sure that they have enough position to go forward with even on the third rank. As of now, it seems like we are going to be seeing T2K try to capitalize the best because they have great position onto the map to be very honest. But in the meanwhile, Yasna Poliana is going to be covered by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and they're going to have enough loot to go ahead and swap out because they do need to be on the best gear to be able to survive because one player is already lost and that's the kind of damage you do not expect or count on in an early game.
SKYLIGHTZ though, they ran from their spot and now are all the way up to Yasnaya Poliana, but still they're not decided to loot for themselves. DEADEYES guys, though, they also get a piece of that pie. That early fight that happened between STFL and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, it made STFL rotate in a very awkward spot, and Deadeye's guys were able to catch one of those players out of guard. Another That's another unfortunate thing for the players of Team STFL, whereas you could say the same thing for uh, Deadeye's guys, that it was very fortunate for them. Hmm. Two different sides of the story, but Deadeye's guys would be happy with the point that they have.
Happiness definitely seems to be one of the emotions that gets swapped out very quickly in this game, considering that no matter how good you're doing, suddenly something will happen that will put you out of your misery by literally taking your life away. Let's see if Deadice guys is going to be able to hold on to this emotion for long, because right now they still have to concrete their position into the top 12 to be able to play forward. Let's say Stronger Fake Love still holding on to the shack, might be able to go ahead and put a surprise attack onto Deadice guys, but that's just a might. With the numbers they have, I don't think they will.
Deadeye's guys, yeah. Let's see. Slayer, sir. I mean, he is in close proximity to the players of Team STFL, but I think he does not know about that, so cannot do much about it. Now, I do see Shifu sir in this position. It's a height advantageous spot, but then again, loot is something that I guys also need to focus on. M16 UMP without helmet, yeah, you need better loot. Only one first aid overall. Or maybe you can just find the remaining two players of STFL and take the loot off of them. But then you'll have to make sure you do not headshot them, because then the helmet will be damaged out. But yeah, there is guys a 2-2 split for some reason. Probably the remainder of the two players will also join them very, very soon.
Let's see, as of now, it seems like IHC split is not working pretty well because KS has already figured them out. But wait a second, the fight does not go in the favor of King of Spades at all. IHC finally loses a player. Four of the men march right onto them, but now it's revival call from the side of King of Spades, which can be destroyed by Zeol. Will he be able to do it? He scopes out the area, knows the positions, but still is not investing in the fight just yet. With the nade thrown right on spot, King of Spades will lose a couple of players. IHC, however, lost one of their own as well. The Molly will come in. XOXOX will not have much to do about it. Will the revival happen in time for Godless? Because this fight has to be rewarded before the revival can come in action.
Debo. He is still spraying. XOXOX has been spotted. The DBS. It lands. For a second, I thought it wouldn't, but yeah, it lands onto the player of KS, and now they're in a troublesome situation. Now Deathstorm tosses a molly. It connects onto Demo, but the nade tags out that player, but Demo does not go in, does not push, and that's the reason Deathstorm is able to manage that knock. Even JMEX want a piece of the pie. Deathstorm, that's a great nade. That's a real good nade, and that will eliminate the entire squad of IHC.
King of Spades done well, but still, it's going to be one single player surviving who will get taken down by JMEX. This is not the great start that they were expecting, but this is all that they're going to have to satisfy with. 4 on board for King of Spades and 3 for IHC. No positional points getting added there. JMEX, though, with that one frag, are going to be happy and delighted because they lost nobody. And on the map of Erangel, you do want to make sure you lose nobody.
That's true. NBeSports, though, for now, you look at them, they've already started their rotation. They are somewhere around shooting range area and are moving north of it. ASL, a late rotation from Pochinki Hill. They probably wanted to catch anyone transitioning out from Pochinki. I mean, they were sort of correct, but 4MV is even late. So I don't think so ASL will get anything from this particular situation, and it's better for them to rotate away.
Well, let's see if ASL is going to be able to find themselves the right spot even inside the circle. Currently, the run itself is going to be long enough, and the 4MV is leading their way. So it's not going to be an easy entry. Once 4MV has acquired the spot they want, they will be able to gatekeep if they want. Right above Rosehawk is where the circle is right now. Again, a northern shift has happened, and Siverny is going to be highly populated soon enough.
Oh, now SCRF Delta gets taken down. Meanwhile, Octopus as well, while trying to rotate, finds Kirito. That's another frag to their name. East spotted but instantly moves away, so he knows that Chari is in this position, and it's better for ASL to not take these fights because 4MV is far too experienced to take these fights in their favor. So it is better to not be in a situation like that. Now, Rifas, he is trying to throw in some shots through the smoke, maybe trying to get a knock over there. Won't be able to get anything at all for now. But yeah, let's see STR. I mean, for how long do they survive? It all depends on DRS and their intention.
Well, the intentions definitely are clear. They want to win. But are they going to be able to is really, really a big question because DRS definitely will be able to secure this fight. SCRFL won't have much to hang on to in this one.
Oh, one
Gets
nade does
taken
it all.
down and is eliminated as well, exactly, with one single nade, closing it off for STRFL. DRS, however, has lost a player of their own, which is again not a good trade. I keep repeating myself on this, but if you are not having about 4 frags, losing a player from your own side is not beneficial. It isn't, unless you're in the last circle. That's a whole different story. But yeah, in this particular position, getting eliminated as the first 3 teams, definitely not looking good. And then again, these teams are definitely going to have a reset next day because we are going to be coming back with a whole reset for second week where they can again try and be in top 12 to play Livik. For now, neither of them are going to make it, except for KS, I guess.
Why did Gante stay alone over here? I cannot understand, and Venom are able to just take the advantage of this situation. Easy frag for them. But 4MV also joining the battle. Alright. Multiple teams having multiple outlook about this particular battle. And all of them want some frag. All of them want some points. This is unfortunate for multiple different teams too at the same time. Now Apex wants to close in maybe into this battle, the good thing is at least Venom do not repeat the same mistake that the players of DRS made. Oh wait a second, JMEX are in trouble. Not in trouble. They're out of the entire game now.
DEADEYES, guys, looking good right now. They were in a great position even the last time, if you remember, Fritz, but they weren't able to capitalize. This time, I hope they do. They have frag points. They have to struggle for a position point, but they have a good position inside the circle to begin with. It's an eastern shift this time. South of Suvarni is still a good spot. But in the meanwhile, Mabetex Esports making it difficult for NBeSports to even stay on the first page. With the kind of games they've had today, they've been dropping down positions constantly. And Mabetex capitalizing on that fact.
Domain on the other hand is able to take down Zero, so Mabetex will lose another player. Now, IAWO, if you talk about them, they also are in a situation where they know that NBeSports is right in front of them, but they're not looking for this fight right now. They just want to survive, they just want to get inside the next zone, and probably Domain will just share a ride with Viper and get inside as soon as possible. Octopus, in the meanwhile, runs over one of the players of Team Mabetex. Now that's one way to get a frag. Or I'd say that's one way to get that confirmation early on. Venom Krita on the other hand is able to get that knockout to Slayer Sir, and fights are just happening all around the board, man.
Well, that's true. The complete area is now a bloodbath if you talk about it. But as of now, it still feels like 4MB is going to get a great spot for themselves right near Severny, and right below them are going to be surviving the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. This is going to be one fight worth watching, and DRS also trying to follow up onto the same. In the meanwhile, though, NBeSports completely clustered by multiple teams at the same exact time. Seal Esports trying to have a bite of it. I8 already present into the fight. Mabetex trying to get some third-party frags onto here. And in the same time, T2K trying to move as well. The circle is also punishing every single team that has become a part of this whole ruckus. Let's see how much fiasco they will cause.
Yeah, I8 are susceptible to many nades over here, but Woofies with a random shot through the smoke with the DBS. Gets a knock, follows up with another one. That's a double that has been achieved. Domain with the buggy, steps out, gets the shot, gets the redirection onto his opponents. And IAWO will be able to eliminate the players of Team NBeSports, but the third party, T2K, joined the battle. At least have dealt damage, but I think both these players will get the revival back in time.
Well, the damage definitely does get okay, okay. As of now, T2K missing onto that run over. XMPL trying to come back in but gets taken down right on time. And with that, I guess T2K and I8WO both will be in a bad situation moving forward.
Once again, unnecessary fight for T2K. It's not inside the
Yep.
zone. It's not in a spot where you'd be favored to take, but you still go for the battle. And now suddenly Turulave is, forced to take this battle and domain. The guy who just got revived is able to get that frag. That's I just feel bad for all these teams that decide to go in for such a play that does not make any sense. But yeah, they were hoping that they would be able to essentially clean up IAWO. It seemed to be backfiring for them as T2K only have one player surviving.
Well, this time T2K definitely has to give up as quickly as the game runs out of their hands. But as of now, Mabetex will still survive with 2 players but has no frag points to their name, which is going to be pretty difficult. Going forward, it is not going to make much sense because placement points still are not looking anywhere close for Mabetex. King of Spades, however, in the meanwhile, does get taken down alongside DRS. The positions are not good. The positions are not good. IW, however, in the number of frags, doing great.
Oh, they definitely are. They definitely are doing great right now. 4MV though is a team that I'd like to see shine. They do not have any frags till now, but trust me when I say this, the position that they have inside the zone and if the circle favors them, they will get a chicken with more than 10 frags to their name. So
I
that's
agree.
that's the power that this team has. Venom D 3 frags only. IAWO has 9. Basically, it's IAWO. They've made sure that they end up top 5 at least in this game. I do not know about the overall standing, but I think that is also something that they're fighting for, securing a top 12 spot.
I think they've already secured that.
Okay.
They are in top 12, but they are still trying to get more points for the weekly league stage positions. However, as of now, things are gonna get difficult for them. I8WO Octopus, even with 8 hands, could not block that nade coming onto his face. The Molly also being in close periphery won't be able to move forward and get the revival either. Domain surviving on the lower floor. Once he's spotted, another nade might come in from the side of Jane. The sole survivor from the side of T2K already making things so difficult for I8.
Yeah, I mean, Jane is tossing out a few utility of his own, but there's a particular space in squad houses like these that basically blocks the nade from coming in a particular spot, and I think that's where IAWO are giving the revival. So Octopus will be brought back into action. He will be brought back into the game, and Jane will again be all alone and gloomy of saying that even though I was able to get the knock, but the confirmation is not mine. Now Viper sees the smoke, just sprays in it, hoping to be lucky, hoping to get that frag. Won't be able to get anything as of now. But yeah, talking about the circle, it has gone away from the players of Team Raw official. But SKYLIGHTZ, D, Venom, ASL, all these teams find themselves inside the zone.
Absolutely, and the positioning on D Venom is definitely looking good, but they do have to survive this battle with IAWO to begin with. If they are able to do this, they'll find themselves in a jolly good position to go forward alongside. As of now, Raw officials still trying to make it back into the circle. The position they hold is going to be slightly punishing, but as long as they can stick to it, it won't be a hard day. Mabetex Esports still surviving with two solo players, both stacked right onto each other in a couplet. But are they gonna be in good enough situation to battle this out? What is 4MB doing? Okay, they go all the way north with a huge rotation, probably falling into a fight with Raw officials before they make it back into the circle. But that's gonna be a fight that's wasted for both.
I mean, Jiggle, he will be unlucky if he gets taken down because he was just over there trying to figure out where the rotations are coming from. And 4MV, they stop and try to take this battle. Now, Dog has been tagged to very little HP, and yeah, he will be taken down. What are these teams doing, man? I did not expect a play like this from a team like 4MV. They just go outside the zone, stop and try to take some shots without any cover of sorts. They lost Dog in the process. They do not have any frag to their name. And it seems like 4MV might just finally not have a good game over here.
Well, they've had a lot of great games to begin with, so it's not necessary for them to squeeze in every single one. But it also seems like your curse. It's scary. It's scary. The moment you start appreciating a team, they start depreciating their performance. As of now, however, I'm not going to count 4MB out just yet. It's one man loss, and it's still recoverable if Baron is not back on his feet. Oh no. This does not look very optimal. Apex is knocked as well. Now, how do you fight this off? 4MB has only one player East surviving to give revival to two. This is not looking good or even possible to begin with.
Baron, he also falls over here. Raw official, they are enjoying these frags now, I think. They have a good spot inside the zone and they're like, yeah, we'll just third party anyone who tries to get inside the zone. And that's what they've been doing. 4MB down to two players back again. Apex and East are the only two players surviving. All out in the open, just running it down with a buggy. Unless they probably find a compound. Which is for now being taken by the... Not a compound, it's a shack. It has been occupied by the players of Team Mabetex. And they are the ones who will be able to eliminate the squad of 4MB now.
A game with 0 points. This is something we've never
First
seen
time.
happen for 4MB. But well, there is a first time for everything, and it is their first time of 0 points. But to be very honest, do they care?
No.
I don't
not
think they
at all.
do.
40-point lead is what they had against the second team. So
46.
they can afford maybe 2 games like these. Although this would be the last one before they play their bonus game.
Yep.
But yeah, no problem whatsoever. I'd say even the bonus game does not matter for them because they'll essentially end up overall on top just by the position points that they have. So that's a completely different 4MB that we saw this time around. But I think they were just experimenting a little bit, trying some things new and just having fun in the game because they've already done the hard work that was necessary.
True that. True that. They've already done the hard work. And as we discussed early on itself, it is going to be one of the days where you want to save your energy, where you don't want to gas out because there's one more game coming your way. And 4MB definitely understands that. They did not try way too hard into this particular one. They're trying to make sure that they're able to fight the last one well because they already know there is not a single team that's going to be able to topple them. The one team that was only 46 away from them is not even playing this game. So they know it's an easy win. However, entering into the particular fight right now, we can see ASL and Raw officials who are going to be third partied by Mabetex.
ASL tossing nades left and right over here. Now Prabeen, he just moves away. Yeah. Otherwise he could have been taken down over there. But it is just an exchange of utility that is happening right now. SKYLIGHTZ on the other hand are being pinned down. Venom's Domi is able to take down No Fear in the process. Revival is going to be difficult. But SKYLIGHTZ Nima was almost run over by Gangsta with his vehicle. Will he go for round number 2, Gangsta? No, he does not. Oh, maybe he does. He does want to go for round number 2. Venom pushes in onto Mafia Ninja. The shotgun is out here. And the damage has already been dead. So the random fire is happening. And let's see Mafia Ninja is able to get that knock. The player is sitting inside the buggy. And finally, Mafia Ninja spots him down, takes him down. The frag will also be confirmed. And SKYLIGHTZ, he is the only one standing. So they really need him to get inside the zone too. But it will not be an easy process.
Not an easy process at all. Raw officials already taken out, now leaving 7 teams onto the board. IAW looking pretty strong with those 9 frags and 3 men still alive. Venom DE with the opportunity of getting chicken overall. ASL. Okay, let's just move on. Steel doing good as well, but they get one player taken down, and that's good enough. That's a great opportunity for IAW to capitalize on, and I guess they did. They already did.
Yeah, IAW 10 frags to their name, all still inside the zone, I'd say, and has spotted down Soulless, the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Esports. Although Soulless is still able to get that knock with the UMP, and Domain is down on the ground. The push is also coming in. Now, Viper, does he stick the revival is the question. No, he does not. He goes in with a shot, but the DBS does not connect for the second time. And SKYLIGHTZ Esports, the push, the rush, it was a very good one. And definitely caught the players of Team IAW off guard.
They did. Seal might be looking forward to a great game for themselves. However, that's not going to change much things for this team. But in the meanwhile, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting eliminated with only 5 points makes 4MV still stacked up right on top. I mean, that they were already gonna be. But with this 5 points, that 46 lead, I think turns down to 45 because there was 4-point difference between SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Stalwart, and now that is recovered from. So I think 4MV now has only 45 points lead, but now that's not gonna be messed with at all whatsoever.
IAW, but with that, this is their elimination. They have been eliminated with overall 12 points, which is not bad at all. But let's see where does this put them in the overall standings. Jane tosses in it. Soulless has been taken care of, and this guy has been surviving for a very long period of time. He's all alone in a 1v1. The shotgun will reign supreme as he is able to land both of his shotgun shells. T2K, they're able to somehow eliminate CL Esports, and Jane still survives, hoping to get inside the zone the next time around.
Well, it completely depends, but T2K is still gonna have a decent game because even if Jane gets eliminated right now, right here, he gets 8 points for T2K. That is a good enough situation. But as of now, Mabetex Esports, WWCD chances for them are looking good enough. It's gonna be a 2v3v2 situation with T2K getting taken out already. ASL, one of the teams we do not expect at all. I literally stopped conversing the moment their name came up. Is looking like the strongest contender right now. But will they be able to convert it?
No, that is the biggest question, isn't it? Or most of these teams, they've thrown some fights at some point in the game, so you still cannot completely count them in for a chicken. Now DE Venom, they are trying to toss a few nades onto the players of Team ASL, who still might be struggling with the zone, considering DE Venom themselves have to move in. So it's not going to be an easy battle at all. And even with still Mabetex surviving, it's not an easy game. Mabetex, because they're already inside the zone. I'm surprised to see that nobody has already naded that particular shack. It should have been the very first thing that should come to your mind as soon as you see a shack in the final circle. You should just nade and make sure that there is no one inside. But that hasn't been the case, and both the players of Team Mabetex, they are still present in that particular location.
But Chari is getting the ideas now. Already going in with a molly. Covers the outer area, but now is distracted by DE Venom. Will relocate. No damage from the molly. Yes, it did not matter at all whatsoever. And now Chari has been spotted by DE Venom. Krita is making some shots, and those shots are landing right.
ASL though, 2 meters still this guy has to crawl inside the zone, so it should not be a problem to do so. And slowly but steadily ASL is moving forward towards a chicken. DE Venom, for some reason, they've also decided not to crawl in. They also want to be the last one inside the zone. But yes, I'd like to see Mabetex just get eliminated as soon as possible, because that's not a spot where you should be surviving for such a long period of time. I don't think so Mabetex has any more smokes left either, so they won't be able to toss it. Finally, Gangsta. Finally, he tosses that nade, gets the confirmation, and Mabetex has been taken care of. Now ASL has that clear idea that they only have to fight it out against the remaining 2 opponents. The Venom, although they also know that it's only a 2v3 battle now. The final circle, in the next 6 seconds, I think we just might have an answer. If Gangsta is able to blast one of his opponents with the nade, which he won't be able to do because of the positioning of it, D Venom could have been in a lot of trouble, but the nade from D Venom Riley went a little bit too overboard, so ASL will still survive.
Well, ASL and DE Venom both in a Cold War situation. What's coming in from the side of ASL already take Krita down, but now the circle is on to ASL. The shots are coming in. ASL loses to DE Venom, wins it out, and ASL in a situation that was supposed to be winning loses it to DE Venom. An unexpected victory, a second chicken, and DE Venom might find them in a much healthier situation going forward.
Yeah, now you see, Anna, why did I just say that these teams have one game or the other have thrown these battles? You saw exactly why. ASL, they had the tight grip over the game, a 3v2 battle, but they for some reason are not able to convert it. And that has been the story for a lot of these previous games. I mean, I just cannot comprehend now how these teams play. But yeah, 3 mistakes in one single day. it's just game over, man. Venom D, great team. They again got that chicken dinner all by themselves. And what a great game for them.
Absolutely. Venom D acquiring themselves the second chicken of the day. Putting, not the day, sorry, overall.
Uh-huh.
Overall. Putting themselves in a good enough position. But ASL, okay, when we were discussing about which all teams have a chance, I did drop my conversation while talking about ASL because I've seen this team being in a very struggling position all through. I did not think the momentum was going to be in their favor. But leave momentum. Their own gameplay wasn't in their favor.
I don't know, man. I don't know what was the play over there or who was calling the shots, but it does not matter because you're not able to get that chicken. And overall, it is D Venom who will be taking the game. But let's see. Let's have a look at which of these players have the MVP title, and it is going to be a player of IAWO. Why not? Because Octopus got 4 frag. Overall, this team had a great performance in the game too.
Absolutely, IWO with about 10 frags to the name and 12 in total points really did a great job and has been a great contribution from the side of Octopus himself. He has outshone himself in every single aspect. Like if you take a look at the graph, he has done better than average in every single field around. But yeah, I'm definitely looking out for what other players have their own contributions because it's not just one ever. There's more, and there we have it. Venom, Krita and Riley with 2 and 4 eliminations of their own still maintain their position on to top players.
This is a great game for Venom D. I mean, the way they got that chicken. Krita would be a little bit unhappy with the damage that he had as compared to the frags that he has. But yeah, I mean, let's see how does D Venom pan out on the overall leaderboard because ASL and D Venom, both these teams were on the bottom charts. Do either of them make it to top 12? That's the biggest question that I have.
Absolutely, that's gonna be something that we gotta find out soon enough. We will be shown the complete leaderboards, but as of now, let's discuss a little more statistical section of the game. D Venom did great at eliminations and damage, but Mafia Ninja from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming did have a great number of assists, which definitely contributed to the position of, I guess, No Fear himself. And Soulless D, well, from the side of Seal, had highest healing. Again, I do feel like healing is a good, stat to have up there, but it's definitely not one that contributes to the overall.
Yeah, that's true. Although match standings, and that's something we'll have a look on right now. So let's have a look at the match standings overall. I think it's a D Venom still on top. Second, maybe IAWO. Let's see. Oh, it's ASL. Okay, they got 7 frags, or at least that they were able to get 13 points from this game. But IAWO get 12 and Mabetex 11. So it's a good game for all these 4 teams, but it should have been a switch, man. ASL should have been out on top, but somehow they were not able to convert the game. DRS Esports also getting 8 points from this one. DEADEYES guys get 5 points from overall this game. I think DEADEYES guys and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, both these teams, we will be seeing a little bit more of them in the next game in the map of Livik. But yeah, these are, I'd say, the good performing teams from this game. But here are the ones which were not able to perform in that fashion. IHC, King of Spades, 3-4 points. That's not a good number to have.
Absolutely, absolutely. 4 I can still give a pass to because King of Spades has had a good run overall today. But then IHC, this team is literally struggling at the bottom of the charts and they still managed to get only 3 points. That's not good. Raw officials, again, one team that we had great expectations from, ending up at 3. DRS, one great game, and after that, again, down in the ditch with only 2 points on their names. JMEX, well, they haven't been able to do much either. NBeSports and For Miracle Vibes, 2 teams that have been on the top for a really long time. Now, NBeSports has been swapped around, but these 2 teams rocked the top table for a really long time, and now we find them both at the bottom of today's match. But then they both know they're going to be playing Livik, so no complaints.
Yeah, but overall standings is what I'd love to see right now, to just check maybe who are the teams or who are the players in top 12, so we can get a little bit of an idea about Livik. But Livik as a map, I've not even seen it. So we'll have to definitely see how that particular map looks overall. But yeah, now moving to the final standings, We already have the top 10 on our screens. 4MB on top, Stalwarts following them, and SKYLIGHTZ settling for the third spot. Seal, Mabetex, King of Spades, T2K, NBeSports, DEADEYES guys, and HVDC. So these 10 teams will be playing with 2 more teams on the second chart. That's what I'm excited to see.
Exactly, that's great. I mean, we are seeing a lot of ties. We're seeing ties between Stalwart and SKYLIGHTZ. We're seeing a tie between DEADEYES guys and High Voltage DC. Pretty happy to see T2K made it in. Pretty happy to see King of Spades is still up here. But yeah, I mean, the difference still stays the same because SKYLIGHTZ, even after the last game, was only able to cover up enough points to stick right next to Stalwart Esports. But they do have one less chicken. So I guess one great game and SKYLIGHTZ will be able to topple Stalwart. But then that's going to be in overall rankings. We are going to have this whole thing set up to a reset for the next week. So we'll find out how things go from there. But yeah. Oh no, this is not looking good. Even after 2 chickens, Venom D does not make it. How does that happen? Even after 3 chickens, Stronger FAKELOVE does not make it. How does that happen?
This is when you're not consistent enough. And we on Illuminate, that's a jump because they got 12 points from the previous game. I'd say they are the lucky ones, but hey, it's all good. It's all good for this particular team because they're able to qualify. Now, ASL, I mean, even if they would have gotten the chicken dinner 4 extra points, overall, I'd say they would be somewhere around 100. So qualifying wouldn't have been possible at all. Venom D, yeah, I mean, you get that chicken, but at the end of the day, you are also not able to qualify for the bonus game. So Stronger FAKELOVE and the teams below, well, you'll have to sit this one out, and we will be seeing you in week number 2.
It's definitely heartbreaking. I mean, I get it. 1 chicken and you're not making it. I get it. But Stronger FAKELOVE, 3 chickens. Okay. I do not know how to put this in words. Nobody has 3 chickens. They're the only team with 3 chickens and they don't make it. They do not. Venom D again, 2 chickens. It's still not good. But then again, because Stronger FAKELOVE has 3 chickens and they've still not made it, I'm more focused onto them. But yeah, it's not a great call for Venom D either. Like, how inconsistent do you have to be to have that many chickens and still not make it? Like, it's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, that's STFL couldn't have thought about that because one of these days they were in the top charts, and now them not even qualifying is something we did not expect but has happened. So, well, I mean, okay, it's okay, STFL, you have to try in the next week, but make sure at least you're in top 16 overall after all these 3 weeks so that you're able to secure a spot for the grand finals. That should probably be the ultimate goal. But yeah, now moving on to the map of Livik. For the very first time, I've opened this image where I see this particular map. So it has a dry area, it has a green area like the map of Erangel, and then it has somewhat representation of what we saw in Vikendi on the northern side. Rose Farm, Iceborg, all these areas have ice on it. So it's probably a combination of all these 3 elements that we used to see in these different maps of PUBG Mobile. And hey, let's see, it looks like a fun map, to be honest.
Absolutely, it's one of the prettiest ones out there, and I definitely love to, have Livik up there. But then again, when you're playing, you see only certain area of it. When you're casting, you get to see the whole map. I love that. I'm all in for Livik. Let's see how the bonus match goes because these teams definitely have a lot to struggle for. And as you said, it's a mix of all 3 maps. But then again, you can only dive in with one single playstyle. So which one is it going to be that they choose? That's going to be one big factor into deciding how this match goes forward. Because again, this is going to be an important one. It's just 12 teams, but it's a very fast game which has to be paced right. And you have to make the best of it to actually carry forward nice points for bonus.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Livik is going to be a very interesting game. And we'll have to see these bonus points will also make an impact in the grand final leaderboard. So that is something you'll have to also worry about. This Livik will only be seen 3 times, I'd say. All the Sundays, upcoming Sundays. So the next time you'll see Livik will be on the 7th of August and then on 14th of August. So mark these 3 dates if you want to see the new map. Not new because it launched way back. I'd say it is again a map that has been in here. But yeah, it does not see a lot of competitive being played around it. So I'm sure, I'm not sure, but I do hope that these teams are ready. These players are ready to play this map. I think there's a specific gun, there's a specific DMR also to be found only in this map. So if we do see some action of that particular DMR, monster truck used to be another vehicle that only used to be found in Livik, but then we got it in the map of Miramar too. So now that's not a completely exclusive to Livik, but there are some things that are here and there that Livik has to offer, and let's see if the teams are able to exploit it perfectly or not.
Absolutely. This is going to be one of the chances where teams are going to be diving right into the mechanics of the games and probably relying more on their gun skills than onto their overall strategy, overall IGLing, because this is going to be one of the maps you've seldom seen the other teams play. Also, very seldom played against the same group of teams because this is only 12 teams. And that could be a random combination of any 12 every single time that you've seen them play Livik. So you definitely got to make sure that you're constantly aware, alert, and on point with the aim. These three things have to be checked on the boxes. And I guess considering that these three things are going to be the key, there's a lot of teams that are going to contest for this victory. But let's take a look at how the day has been. We started with Miramar, victory for T2K, Erangel for Stalwart, Miramar for DRS, Arena was won with Stalwart, Sanhok for Stalwart, again 2 victories in the day alongside the Arena victory making it 3. And then Erangel with Venom DE. But now it's time to see the top 12 teams play Livik.
Another interesting fact about Livik Ahana, it's a 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer map. And
Yup,
to
tiny.
throw into perspective of how small that is, I'd give you the dimensions of the biggest map, that's Miramar, and it's 11 by 11. Now, if a map like Miramar gets over in half an hour, Livik is basically what? I am not good with mathematics, so I just say a random number, 1/10 of the entire map. But that's a very small map, man. It could just end in like what, 10-15 minutes?
Yes, it is. It is basically 4 upon 121. If you make it 120, you could get
Don't
1
give me the
upon
maths,
30.
I don't understand.
Not 1/10th, it's 1/30th
Okay.
in area.
I just threw,
if
that's why I
11 by
said I
11
just
is
threw
the
a
right
random
number. Yeah, it's 1/30th. Even thrice smaller than what you were saying.
My god, it's I don't know how these teams will play, because I'd say you will be literally shooting from one top of the mountain towards the player on completely another island. But okay, let's see how does this map of Livik get played. If we talk about the head-to-head between these two teams who did not qualify, we'll see that even though NMD had I'd say great number of damage dealt, the eliminations still were in their favor.
The one stat where they fall short is the average survival. NMD did not survive long enough as ASL did. But then again, what do you do of that survival ASL? I've seen you get taken down so early, so many times, and not being able to convert those points. I mean, I am definitely wanting both of these teams to step their game up, because second week, if they repeat the same exact thing, then I don't think anyone will be able to blame me if I just diss over, because
Okay.
this is definitely not the kind of game that I can sugarcoat and appreciate. So better show me something new, better show me something promising so that I can go ahead and say better things about the teams, right?
Yeah, well, we'll only see them now in week number 2, and the only thing we can do is we can just hope for a better performance. Especially, I was very surprised to see DRS in this list over here. So that is something I'd like to see improvement on. IHC as well was a surprise that I did not expect.
Yeah.
I mean, IHC as a team has been very consistent throughout the previous few seasons, but this time around, week number 1 just did not go their way. Let's just leave it at that. But now coming to another head-to-head, this time around is between the top 2 teams. It's between 4MB and Stalwart Esports. Of course, 4MB will be leading in most of these departments. But considering Stalwart Esports has played with multiple number of players, I'd say it's not that bad.
It's definitely not bad, but the numbers definitely look very different. Like 6,000 extra damage. Actually, 5,807. But yeah, that's the damage that For Miracle Vibes is capitalizing on. Eliminations, it's a difference of what, 39. Knocks, it's a difference of about 36. It's a huge placement. 34, sorry. It's a huge jump from For Miracle Vibes. And I think covering that up is going to be slightly difficult. So consistency is something that Stalwart Esports will have to focus on. Because again, we have discussed this before. Four Medical Vibes constantly has great matches and good matches. They
Yeah.
seldom have a slip up. But that's not the same about any other team on the boards.
Yeah, well, that's completely true. And now, I just want to see the map of Livik though. That's what I want to see because I still cannot get over the fact it's a very small map, and
Yeah.
it usually only
It's smaller
supports.
than Sanhok
But it
on
only
8.
supports it in itself supports only 52 players. So not more than 52 players can spawn. Not more than 13 teams can play this game. We have 12 teams over here, so that will be one team less. But how much of an impact will that make? I mean, if Sanhok has so many third parties, not third parties, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh parties, how many parties will this map have?
A lot, a lot. Let's do this. Let's actually count the biggest number of parties that we get to see in this map
Maybe
because I'm
10.
definitely excited to see how that happens. 10 would be a huge number, and that, I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible that 10th
I
party
know.
happens, but I'm pretty sure by the time it goes to 10th party, the first, the second, the third party would have already been taken out of the game. They would be eliminated. But yeah, I mean, I don't doubt what you're saying, but I cannot comprehend what you're saying. I'm trying to put it in my head, and my head is like, that's a lot of players. I cannot
Yes.
render it.
I mean, see, the one-way distance of a player rendering in your vision is somewhere I'd say about 500 meters. I don't know the exact number, but I'd say somewhere around 500 meters. You would be able to see the guy with 8x scope, and the map in itself is 2 kilometers on one side. So basically, I will count out the extremities, considering you wouldn't drop. But why wouldn't you drop all the extremities when it's such a small map? There are a
You
lot
would?
of there are a lot of complications that surround this particular map of Livik. I just want to see it because on Sanhok the problem with a lot of players interfering is the terrain. So there's a lot of grass, so you can see a player from very far away sometimes, or for some reason you can see if you're playing on low settings, you can see the player from very far away as the grass does not render. But now Livik has combination of all four maps. So
Yep.
that essentially means a very small part of Sanhok is a part of Livik. Grass is super small. That means I'm just making assumptions. The
Yes.
grass will be very little. So you basically, if have a higher angle towards somewhere around the center of the zone, you can see literally everywhere around you. That's not a problem with an 8x scope. So all these things, I'll have to see how all these things go and all these things matter. But yeah, let's go. Let's jump right into action. I already see the players dropping in. The plane path has started from Lupin Felt and is going all the way to Shipyard and Waterfall.
Exactly, and as of now, we can see slight bit of activity going on in which a lot of teams have already dropped, but I'm not seeing any action coming in towards the shipyard area. I don't think many teams are going to be dropping there because we can already see uh, about 10 teams having dropped. So I don't think shipyard is going to be acquired by anyone. In the meanwhile, however, 4MB going in for an early fight with Deadeye's guys, and in the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports very close to T2K. The fight begins and T2K wins it against Stalwart. I'm surprised, but I'm gonna be happy with the surprise.
Yeah, I'd say that's only because you had a vector in hand. I just know how powerful that weapon is because I'm an avid vector player. In close range, it just devastates you with the rate of fire that it has. That is exactly, I think, why this team was able to get that first knock. Although Precious Sir tosses a raid on 2 Doc, 4MB also suffering early casualties on their side.
Well, let's figure out how things go forward from here because Deadeye's guy is already trying to capitalize onto the numbers with that P90. Oh no, wait a second. Deadeye's guys, even after being in a great situation, silently start losing players suddenly. And now 4MB has Baron to pick back up. Is that going to be possible?
Yes.
It will be. However, Slayer Sir also has to be resurrected for the side of Deadeye's guys. But no, East, look to your own south.
He gets that knock. Sussex though. That's a little bit unfortunate for 4MV, but let's see if Deadeye's guys is able to capitalize on that knock. Stalwart Esports on the other hand are taking the players of team D2K down too. And even SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and King of Spades are in that battle. 4MV, they don't find themselves in a good spot. It's only all down to, I think, Apex who's surviving all alone. And now the push comes in. Apex just wants to maybe get some frags over here because survival, that's not happening in the city of Crabgrass now.
Well, as of now, it seems like Apex and East are way too far away from each other to be actually do anything right here. But now, Deadies guys, are they gonna give any opportunity to 4MV to actually survive? I don't think so. 4MV will definitely be losing their breath right here, right now, and that's not a good color on 4MV. In the meanwhile, though, King of Spades get taken down by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a team that hardly made it in, is now putting another team out by taking those shots right on time. IAW, one lucky team who wasn't even supposed to be here, to be very honest, has made it, and now are gonna be one problem because look at the advantageous position they're holding. They have great height advantage that they can capitalize on constantly.
Yeah, but the first team to be eliminated is T2K, which is surprising because they are the ones who got the first blood. And that was on the
Yep.
players of Stalwart Esports. But after that, Stalwart did not even lose a single player, and they were able to overwhelm the players of Team T2K. Now, King of Spades, Octopus just pushes in, gets that knock on to Faisal, and also drops back. Not for long, because he essentially also gets knocked out. And the confirmation will also be achieved by the player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And I hate losing a player early on, but at least get one for their troubles too.
Right now it seems like I8 is gonna be having one player lost with one player traded off, but that's not a great situation. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, however, is soaring quite high with 3 players taken down and none lost whatsoever. In the meanwhile, though, 4MB loses 2 with only 2 eliminations. Not a great position for 4MB. I wasn't expecting this at all whatsoever.
Oh, that's
Wasn't
another
at all.
new shotgun. But Slayer Sir has one of his own. And will make sure he's also able to take down one of these players. It's just very weird because I don't know the name of all these weapons, but it's fun at the same time to see them work. I think it's a spoof of DBS that has been put into Livik. But it's fun. I like seeing new weapons.
I like that too, and in the meanwhile, the weapons are not even a question because there's nades coming in from the side of Ryuk that will make life impossible for the side of Deadies guys. I mean, Ryuk should definitely have an idea that this is about time to enter in. He has a shotgun in hands. He does not know that the players are up top. That's gonna give enough time for revival, but he gets one, he gets the other. He's gonna be able to convert both the frags and HVDC. Ryuk doing good enough for the team so far.
HVDC, but they've lost 2 players, so that's again another problem that they'll have to deal with in the future stages of the game. Now, for now, they've been able to clear out the entirety of Crabgrass, I'd say, because they've just eliminated our team in this particular city. Okay, never mind. Deadies guys is still there. Precious Sir still lingering around the corner, making sure that he has information about this particular team.
Well, the information is definitely going to be important, but capitalization is what you need at most. Mr. Boro right now trying to toss a nade right onto Viper, but it will not land at all. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has to fall back because this is a fight they cannot really participate in. But why are you walking in towards the circle? I mean, towards the blue zone. I do not see much point to that, but okay. Maybe a longer rotation is what they have. Yeah, longer rotation is what they have in mind. And IAW Viper
Zipline.
took a little bit too long to go ahead and fight these players.
Can you take the zipline? Is the zipline accessible? Would love to see if it
I
is.
don't think so. I do not think so.
Hey, then oh yeah, it is. So it'll be interesting to see if a player gets knocked out. So what's the animation on that? That's one thing. But again,
Okay.
look at this. The shotgun
Oh, wow.
just goes boom boom, and that's another frag. Precious Sir will be eliminated, and now we can safely say HVDC has gained complete control of Crabgrass.
They sure have, but there are only 2 players surviving. So they do gotta wait and watch till other teams start losing players before even investing into the fights. The circle, however, is on the verge of closing in. And now we can see that the circle has taken an eastern shift. Soon enough, the teams will start falling towards the eastern ground. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still isn't inside the circle, neither is IAWO or Kings of Spade. While the other teams all are gonna be situated inside. Mabetex just making their way in.
Boro,
Oh, no,
he saw Domain there. Domain thought that he'll prone it and he'll survive, bro. This is not Erangel, or this is not Sanhok where there's grass. This area
This is all
literally
of
had
them at
no
once.
grass.
This is not one of them, but this is all of them at once.
That's true, but meanwhile, CL Sports, they had that cover from one of these angles. They thought they'll be able to exploit it, but they've lost Scooby. Although not entirely lost because the revival is still very much possible. They will bring back the player back into action and will be moving forward with all the players that they have surviving. So CL Sports, 2 defeat points to their name. Scooby brought back up, 4 players still standing. A decent game.
Well, let's find out how this decent game goes for the teams because as of now, we have seen slight disappointments already. Some teams that we did not feel like would be taken out that quickly were taken out much before their time. And now look at the teams that are surviving. Seal with all fours, Raw officials with all fours. These are the teams you do not see as easily making it into the generic games, but when you merge all the maps together, they somehow find their way.
Oh, well, that's true. The raw officials, though, they suffered a loss against the fight against the player of team Sealy Sports, but there's another elimination that will come in because King of Spades has been eliminated without any points to their name. IAWO, although Wufis was also the last one standing, but he took his opportunity. He gets that shot. He is able to get 1 point and also make sure that he gets one more placement point because we are already down to top 8 teams.
Well, top eight teams trying to make it back. Which one will win is the question. Stalwart, I like the position they're holding. They're right in the center of the map, and every team is going to have to approach them as long as the circle supports. A drop is coming in, and I guess drops on Livik are going to be fun to explore. So let's see if some team is going to be daring enough to go ahead and try that. But yeah, as of now, it seems like Seal going back in from southeast is going to have an easy way in. They do not have much challenge, but once they navigate onto the main island, they will have raw officials to fight against.
Okay, but in the minimap, I do see the players of Stalwart Esports right down the center of the circle. So they would be just welcoming teams from every direction. But the fight between HVDC and SKYLIGHTZ is what I'm interested to see. Now, all these 8 different teams, they're all scattered around. So a fight, I think, is going to be difficult for any of these teams to go through. Seal is this team is so completely on a different island. So for them to rotate in is going to be a thing that I'd like to see. There are 2 bridges, or they can use a waterway to just jump across the other part of the map. Let's see what Seal decides to do because I don't think so. The teams are well versed enough to set up a bridge camp right now.
Well, a bridge camp definitely does not seem like a possibility on this particular map, considering how close everyone is to each other and how small the map is. But as of now, there is presence of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, which can be watched onto by Ryuk, and you gotta be safe from this guy. He is literally wreaking havoc onto anyone he spots, anyone. But the good thing is he's carrying a shotgun, so you might really be able to save yourself for a while. But then again, the closer you, harder it will be to survive. In the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports so silently and patiently waiting inside, and raw officials trying to pick out IC. But this is a cold, cold chain that they won't be able to break. Oh no, unaware, completely unaware. Raw officials run in, shotgun in both hands, coming in. Oh no, wait, what? IC got frozen. Ah!
Yeah, for some reason, IC shotgun did not shoot straight. He was able to connect one bullet but did not get the knock. And for some reason, Praveen also just connects one bullet but gets the knock. Don't understand the mechanics, but hey, it's fun because Stalwart just lost another player.
Stalwarts with 2 players, just as usual, just as usual. Nothing new for them. But I am liking the fact that every single team is trying to stick with shotguns, and they have at least one player who's still going with assault rifles, just to make sure that the distance can be closed in upon based on that player, and then the shotgun players can move in with a better opportunity. However, Jiggle is going to be the rifle pioneer for the side of raw officials, while the rest of the team survives on shotguns. And Tops, switching weapons, is going to be able to make sure that the long range can also be dealt with. Let's see how far this will take him, because right now with only 2 players, Stalwart does not look as strong as they were expected to be. And Ryuk, I mean, he does not even have complete team backup, but this team is scary right now. I have seen high voltage actually deliver high performance, and that is now.
Hmm. Jiggle though from Raw inside a compound. Don't like the way that Praveen is playing, so disjointed, so disconnected from his team that even if Seal is able to get that knock, Malik and Jiggle won't cross the road, right? Because they might just get shot in the back from stalwarts to Scooby might have a different angle. So all these reasons will make sure that Praveen falls. So he has to be very careful. Meanwhile, carelessness shown by the player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and punishment has been thrown in.
Well, no mercy on a map of Livik. But the circle is coming in. We're soon gonna see the play area shrink into nothing, and it's still favoring HVDC and Stalwart Esports. Very close near the circle. Stalwart Esports still survives in the same exact position, but NBeSports though, will they make it into the circle? I don't think so. They won't have the opportunity, right?
Let's see. NBeSports, they are down in terms of numbers and in terms of the area that they have to. And there we go, another nade from No Fear will knock Akash down. Mondo also subjected to a molly. For now, he escapes as the smoke wall will make sure that Fizzboy survives. But SKYLIGHTZ, they've just pinned down the players. And the nades are also falling in one after the other. So it does not look a fun time for the players of Team NBeSports. And we might just see their elimination very, very soon.
NBeSports though, still able to recover every single player and are trying to get back into the fight. The circle has frozen right behind them and now it's covering the players as well. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming trying to participate, but the guns are not meant for this range. Even with a shotgun, you're trying to take the fight. That's not the best situation for the side of No Fear, but he will be covered by the comrades. He will be covered by Ninja. Mafia Ninja is gonna have a great shot from this rock. Also a great cover at the same time. But no, can he save No Fear? I don't think so, because the circle has closed in. He gets the frags, he gets the eliminations, but No Fear won't be able to bring this back up.
Jiro, he just pushes in and takes down the last remaining player. That's another team being eliminated in this particular battle. Mabetex though, in top 4. Okay, that's good. Also just 15 meters away from the zone. So let's see how do they rotate in. Now, on the other hand, I do see the kill feed just lighting up with players. So that's the fight that Livik has. And as you said, 15 minutes is what it takes, huh, Anna, for this game to end?
Yep, it's a tiny map, so it gives a lot of time for us to navigate onto how the players are playing, but not enough for them to actually go ahead and make a play. They have to go with the flow in this particular map. In the meanwhile, IW is still surviving with one single player, and Mabetex Esports alongside Raw Officials and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming all on 3s. So all that IAT is going to be doing here is be a spoil sport and survive for as long as possible. But Goofies has to leave the compartment as quickly as possible. The circle is coming in, the bullets are coming in, he'll get taken down. No spoil sport game allowed just yet. With 3 each, the 9 players are going to be pioneering for their own teams, in which SKYLIGHTZ Gaming does not get the chance to survive. Last 2 remaining, Mabetex Esports and Raw Officials.
Let's see, Mabetex, they're taking zone damage and they're hoping to get this vehicle inside the zone, which is not the case. And now Raw Officials moving in forward. The molly is good because it spreads. And if it spreads across the wall, no, it is not. Zero, although will be forced out in the open. Random shots through the smoke will make sure that the entire team is eliminated. And there's the chicken dinner for Team Raw Official.
Raw Official with winner chicken dinner up on the boards for themselves. Finally getting the first position onto the bonus map. And now the first one in this tournament to take the bonus by their hands. Raw Officials, a well-deserved victory onto them. And after so many times that we predicted them to win, they finally show up on board.
Oh, what a game. What a fun game, I'd say, for this particular map of Livik. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So, I mean, it has been a great day. And what a way to end the entire week. Ended with a bang, 4MB, out all on top. I think this game also wouldn't make a lot of difference. But good for Raw Official. They get a chicken. They get some more points.
They absolutely do. But there is definitely some change that comes in. Now, even though the position for 4MB does not change, they are still at the top. But considering that they were eliminated first, the added points are going to make it slightly different. But well, let's take a look at how this particular match went. And it is gonna be Mr. Boro who takes the MVP position from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 4 eliminations. One guy from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming that we were waiting to see on boards finally shows up.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Boro, great job done by this guy, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. The attempt was there, the damage was there, everything was there, but the chicken was something that was still missing.
True that. But yeah, I mean, considering that the bonus game points do give you a lot of leeway going into the finals, I think teams will be more prepared coming into it the next time around. But yeah, this time the preparation worked very well for 5 of the teams. Ryuk, we know how berserks he was going all over the map. With his 3 eliminations, he has secured quite a lot of damage and a lot of respect as well. The guy was playing with only 2 players and he was doing good enough. Same can be said for Top Solus and Prabeen. Great performance nonetheless.
Yeah, that's correct. And let's have a look at how many points all these teams were able to accumulate for themselves. If we talk about Raw, got the chicken, 6 racks, 16 overall points, followed by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 13, Mabetex with 13, HIGHVOLTAGE with 8. And yeah, that's the remaining of the team. So, a decent game for all of them. Surprised to see 4MB not in the chart, but then again, it's a map that you literally do not play. So, no complaints there as well.
Exactly, not yet though. I mean, I will definitely start complaining the next time we see Livik coming around because we
Okay.
played one game and that should be good enough. Because 4MB has shown it to us before as well that they are well capable of making sure that they adapt in one single match. We've seen that happen on the first day. So they better do it again. But yeah, NBeSports, T2K Esports, and King of Spades with 0 points. That's not good at all. But well, it is what it is. We're gonna satisfy ourselves with whatever we have on board. But the next week, I hope to see things change a lot. And looking at the overall ranking, all the way on
Oh.
185 with a lead of 35 BC for medical vibes.
See, the good thing is that SKYLIGHTZ is able to also, join the second spot. So that's one of the things that you'll feel good if you're a SKYLIGHTZ fan. 150 points overall from 21 games. Not the best possible one, but if it puts you in the second spot, that's good enough. Stalwart Esports, they fall a few points below. Even Mabetex also pushing in forward and getting some good points to their name. I remember Mabetex after I think day number 1 or day number 2, they were on the bottom chart, 17th, 18th spot, somewhere around there. And now when the week ends, they're on the second spot.
Exactly. And with that, I mean, it's becoming quite a good competition towards the first few places. But then again, coming back to the second page, I am still waiting to see these teams rise up all the way from 13th to 20th. You could not even make it into the top 12, so the points are gonna stay stagnant. But DEADEYES guys and I8WO still maintaining the same exact positions because they could not really reap very much out of this particular game. They have 116 and 115 in total, but they had the same exact positions even before the bonus match. So I guess that's about it.
Yes, that's about it. But let's also have a look at another one of the rankings that will be very interesting to see. So in terms of bonus points, of course, 4MB they ended up first. They will be there with 20 points, followed by SKYLIGHTZ, Mabetex, and Stalwart Esports. Great job done by all of these teams, and these are the points that you will carry in the entire grand finals. So it's better to have as many points as possible in this scenario.
Absolutely. Placing themselves on the first page, on the first few points has a great advantage. But then again, I guess we can definitely see a lot of teams struggling to get those bonus points. But then again, if you are planning to enter the finals, you better start picking your pace up and then start making better positions in your league points as well as bonus points, because these points here all the way down from 8 do not look good. They don't.
Well, 0 for everyone. That was a little bit unfortunate. But now talking about the elimination leaders over here, Apex topping the charts. No Fear still, competing. 39 flags to his name. Followed by 4MVs, followed by Aero, and then comes in Doc with 30. So week number 1 was great for the players of Team 4MV. I'd say week number 1 was also great for the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I mean, that was again another one of those teams which we did not expect to see in this spot. So great job done by them. Great job done by the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Other teams would definitely try to cope up in week number 2. But yeah, an interesting week finally comes to an end.
Yep, and we're definitely gonna have a lot more coming in after tomorrow, because tomorrow is an off day. But yes, in Tuesday we will have a lot of fun because now
Yes.
that the bonus points have come into reality, once you see them getting added to your final list, things
Mhm.
change. Your mentality change because everything becomes real, and now the fight is gonna be even more interesting and intense. However, this is all we had for this particular week for you guys, but the league stage still continues one day after tomorrow, and we'll be seeing you right here, right on this time, and that's gonna be another day to come in for. For today, we'll take your leave. Bye bye.
Make it clap.